There we go. Sorry about that.
Jeff, can you send Mick a new panelist link?
Actually, thanks.
Nope.
Thanks, James. I just found it. As soon as I hung up with you, I found it.
All right.
Thanks, though.
No problem.
Is everyone here? Okay, I think everyone's here. So, good evening, everyone. We actually went a little bit, we changed the agenda a little bit, so we already did the call to order, and we went into executive session. So we are ready for the minutes approval. So can I please have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any noes, abstentions? Guess not. Any communications board would like to share? I guess not. So before we go into the superintendent's monthly report, which I know everyone is waiting for the opening, I just wanted to begin with a few comments. I just wanted to say that I really, really do understand the community's emotions around the impact COVID has had during this in-person schooling. And I just have to say, I share the same emotions and exhaustion from a year's worth of this pandemic, having 3 children of my own, and each of my own children having moments of breaking down in their own ways. And it truly saddens me to think of the social emotional impact the pandemic is having on all these students. But on the flip side, many of us have also lost loved ones to COVID and friends and family that we have with lingering effects from COVID. So I just want to make the statement, please know we are all trying our best, the board, the administration, the teachers, to try to balance the staff safely along with the social, emotional, and cognitive health of the students. And we've always had that weighing on our shoulders. And it is a very difficult task. I don't think anyone of us was ever up to this or ever thought this would be the case. Between the board and the administration, the superintendent, cabinet, principals, supervisors combined, we have spent many, many years combined making sure that the students of Morristown are well educated, that they're safe, secure, successful. And this has been our sole intention all along. And we really have been working tirelessly for our district. Thankfully, the COVID cases are going down and vaccinations are on the rise. So I think we are showing that we are making steps towards more person in schooling, but keeping in mind that we are still in a pandemic. So also, I know we get a lot of questions about, as a Board of Education, what is our role? And I think it's a very fine line. I think we've all felt, especially during this COVID times, what is the board's role and responsibilities versus the administration's role and responsibility. This, in this environment has made that distinction even more blurry, which I will let Ms. Danella speak to in a little bit as well. And it is a very difficult decision for us. And I think that it's been a blurry line at this point. And the district also has to follow the state and federal laws, that as we are a government entity, if the guidelines from New Jersey Department of Education or Department of Health or the CDC change, we will follow those guidelines as well. So finally, though, I do want to mention on this point, at least, that we are committed to doing our best to make sure students are in school 5 full days in September. The budget we're approving is based on that assumption. Any plans of schedules are being made reflects those assumptions as well. So to the best of our ability, that is definitely what we are all planning for. And unfortunately, I know at this point, there just are no good solutions, and we really can only do the best that we can in a very extremely challenging and stressful time. And supporting each other through these times is really the key to success while we're continue to face these challenges. So I did want to just make those statements. And I don't know if Alicia wanted to just jump in to to say any couple words about the board versus the
Sure.
administration role, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take it as, I won't take this as an invitation to reiterate my ethics presentation from a couple minutes ago. So no one needs to worry about that. I will say if I had $1 for every time I got asked by a board member or superintendent, is this person, is the board going too far? Is the superintendent not going far enough? Like I get asked the question about where that line is constantly, as do others in my profession. And the answer is rarely black and white. There's rarely a really fine line where it's legislated that this is the line. What you've all heard me say many, many times over is that the board's purview, in a nutshell, is policy planning and appraisal. So the board is involved in large, high-level policy conversations, and the superintendent and the administrative team they administer the district, they implement those policies, they run the day-to-day operations of the district. And I know that all sounds sort of well and good. It's a great soundbite, but in practice, it's much less clear than I like to think I just made it sound. Now take that sort of general gray area that we are often operating in, and then add a global pandemic to it, where suddenly we're all being asked to understand and interpret public health guidance, in this unprecedented landscape that no one is trained for or anticipated. So even a year out, that question is, the answer to that question is even blurrier, I think, than it was over the summer when we first started talking about it. So the truisms hold. The board makes policy level decisions. They make high level decisions. The superintendent is then charged with operating the district, administering the district, implementing those policies. But there's not a brick wall in there. That's a conversation. It's a fluid conversation about, policy is an expression of a desire or an intent in some sense in this moment, right? This is what we'd like to see. And then the superintendent helps bring that vision to life. We are in a moment where that's just a fluid conversation where everyone, the board, the superintendent, everyone has to understand and interpret the guidance and decide what it means for Morristown. That's not a one-sided conversation. It's not a license for the board to give orders, and it's not a license for the superintendent to say no. As you guys know, and this is how it's unfolded for you, it is a fluid conversation, and it will continue to be so. So the truisms hold. But in this particular moment, in this particular situation, as with many others, there's not a line I can tell you that this is where the board goes and this is where the superintendent goes. You guys are a team, and that's how you functioned thus far, and that's how you have to continue to function.
Great, thank you so much. I know it's an ongoing questions I get all the time, so I appreciate the clarification on that. I do know that everyone's anxious to hear the updates to the reentry plan, so I will turn it over to the superintendent for his monthly report.
Thank you, Karen. I appreciate that. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks. I guess I want to piggyback a little bit on Alicia's commentary as well there. Oftentimes when I'm asked that question, obviously I report to the board. I'm the board's individual, single employee in terms of providing direction and evaluation. But the board also has a governing entity, New Jersey School Boards, the state of New Jersey as the Department of Education. We have our County Office of Education. We have our association as well. So there are other aspects of running a schools that extend beyond the local school district and the school board to the Department of Education, both on the state level and on the national level. And then in the health pandemic, we have utilized the Department of Health, CDC, as part of that because there's a lot of layers laid over top. So I think that's in some ways where some of this becomes muddy or unclear, as Alicia was saying. But there are a lot of pieces moving, and each of those groups are in some ways taking steps and figuring things out along the way as we learn and grow through the pandemic or through vaccination, all those kinds of things. So tonight's program or presentation is in response to last week's or 2 weeks ago, the request of the Board of Education. So we're going to kind of walk you through that. I have our principals here again today who will kind of take us through that journey of interpreting the data and then analyzing it and then applying it towards a 5-day plan that aligns with the K-3 conversation before. Before that, I made a significant decision as an employee to retire, and that's on this agenda this evening. So I wanted to just take a moment and I prepared a statement not only for that, but for COVID. And if you'll indulge me, I typically don't just read, but just given the nature of where we are, I thought that might be the best way for me to capture my sentiments is to put them down on paper. So let me first say good evening and thank you to those who took time this week to say thank you to me and to wishing me well in my upcoming retirement. Your kindness has been much appreciated. And as a district, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, I only wish you, our students, and this community the best. Stay healthy and well. In response to COVID planning this evening, as per the board's direction, our grades 4 to 12 principals will share their plan for 5-day models based on the commitment survey we delivered last week. Having read each and every response in the survey and just a few emails, I know Karen, you've had a few as well. It's clear that there is diverse and passionate advocates for each option to date, and for those being presented for K-3 on March 22nd, and for grades 4 through 12, we hope as of this evening for April 19th. To that end, using public opinion is certainly a challenge when trying to meet educational, medical, and social emotional needs of any community. From the beginning, it's been my belief, that of our reentry committee, and until recently, the majority position on the board, to utilize public health guidance from the CDC and the Department of Health as the cornerstone of our plans. One of those tenets has been maintaining a minimum of 6-foot social distancing. This has been the premise for virtually all society, business, and the largest majority of schools in New Jersey, including Morristown. The districts that have implemented 5-day school to date have been able to maintain 6-foot social distancing due to low enrollment or excess capacity, and many have included plexiglass as a physical barrier in their classrooms. Our plans, while they've been modified incrementally to meet various community health conditions, to incorporate ongoing training and learning options, implement additional tools and schedule changes, have continued to align to regional threat levels, school case levels, and other health and safety steps presented through executive order, the Department of Education, the Department of Health guidance. Our current mitigation strategies, in addition to social distancing, include required face coverings, cohorts for smaller populations and less commingling of students, hand washing, hand sanitizing, desks facing one direction, added ventilation, enhanced filtration, and limiting visitors to our buildings, just to name a few. Since the board's approval on March 4th to fully open K-3 and subsequent direction to develop plans for fully opening grades 4 through 12 with the same lessening of standard of 6-foot social distancing, there's been much discussion and debate on plexiglass, face shields, and other mitigating measures. Our initial plans for K-3 included plexiglass, seemingly the standard, and in response to the cost concerns, flexibility of use, cleaning concerns, et cetera, our administrative team suggested face shields could be a more efficient, more readily available, more flexible option, and more cost-effective option for our students, especially as we're looking across the entire district. That new concept now raised concerns for many, and the team has pursued other options, including protective eyewear and double masking. Ultimately, to meet the timeline of March 22nd, we had to move forward with purchasing something in K-3. And using federal funding for COVID, we've purchased face shields and limited plexiglass for medically fragile or students with special needs that cannot tolerate other options. From the beginning of all of this, we've been clear that flexibility is key, and we've encouraged our staff and students to wear whatever personal protective equipment, PPE, that they feel appropriate to be safe, comfortable, and to meet the district, state, and state guidelines. Moving forward, we'll continue with that flexibility, and to offset our reduction in social distancing, require one of the following additional mitigation options to re-enter school in our newly structured 5-day in-person model, assuming that that is approved by the Board of Education. Those options include now double masking, protective eyewear with a face mask, face shield with a face mask, and for students with specific need, plexiglass with a face mask. Our bottom line objective is to include additional mitigation strategies since we're stepping away from the 6-foot standard. Should New Jersey lessen the standard from 6 foot to 3 foot, as has been rumored, we'll recommend a return to our normal mitigation strategies. I will also ask the board and all of you who have suggested the district move to follow other states in this direction to share your thoughts with our governor. In addition, the move from hybrid to 5-day, there have been numerous questions about the governor's, excuse me one second, about the governor's lifting of indoor dining later this week from 35% to 50%. and the impact to our schools and our schedules. In our previous presentations, this was one of the benchmarks we were looking for to consider moving from early dismissal without lunch to full day with lunch. While the state metric was ultimately clarified as not targeted for schools, our employees, many families, our reentry committee, and school pandemic teams recommended to remove unmasked lunch from our schedules back in August. Our current focus and capacity is maximized right now in implementing this 5-day plan for K through 12 and the new synchronous options as well in grades 4 through 6. Given those tasks, the time of year, the transportation and food service staffing and processes that had to be modified, the preparations needed to start year-end shutdown and collections, as well as planning for 2021-22, we believe this step to be an essential part of September's planning, not current planning. With that, I'd like to turn our formal presentation over to our grades 4 to 12 principals and thank them for all the time, energy, and effort they spent in these last 2 weeks to put this proposal forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McCartney. We are coordinating right now with Jeff to make sure that we can properly present the presentation. I was having trouble pulling it up on our screen. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Airy. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening. I know that I have Mr. Keith from the William Allen Middle School and Mr. Seibel from the high school joining us this evening. As you know, last week at the Board of Education meeting, we all presented what our next steps were for the 4 through 12 level. And as per the board resolution, we were asked to prepare a presentation for this evening to demonstrate 5 days of in-person instruction with a target date pending board approval of the plans to begin that 5 days of in-person on April 19th, which will be the Monday following our full remote week following spring break. I can say that we are excited about having our students back 5 days per week. It will not be without its challenges. Dr. McCartney just mentioned how we have been following CDC guidelines and all of the other regulations that are out there for us with 6 feet of social distancing. We are very proud that we have had students in our buildings, unlike many other school districts in our local area, since September. And despite a brief time where we were full remote from November through January, we have had students in school, albeit on a hybrid model. And I do not think that there is a teacher or an administrator or a counselor or anyone else in position in our schools that is not excited that students will be returning 5 days per week. And again, not without its challenges. So first, if you could go to the next slide, Mr. Airy will talk a little bit about our action steps. As you know, parents in grades 4 through 12 were asked to commit to some data collection. We needed data to be able to review our classroom sizes, our space, our enrollment, how many students would be returning to in-person, how many students would choose to remain full remote with the change to less than 6 feet of social distancing. So thank you to everyone in the community who responded to that commitment form in Genesis, and we will share school by school in just a few moments what that data looks like for each school. But our first couple of slides will talk about some of the commonalities across the grades 4 through 12. So with that data, we have also been monitoring closely all of the guidelines from the CDC, from the Department of Health, from the Burlington County Department of Health, who we work very closely with, who all of our school nurses work closely with almost on a daily basis. And we have also been spending some time assessing the cost and implementation of any necessary mitigating factors, being that the CDC, the Department of Health of New Jersey, and the Burlington County Department of Health are still recommending some mitigating factor when you go less than 6 feet of social distancing. Jeff, you can go ahead and move on, please. So this evening, pending Board of Education approval of the plan, we will ask parents in grades 4 through 12 for a final commitment data. If you have already committed and you are satisfied after this evening's presentation with your choice of either choice remote or 5 days in person, you will not need to complete that form again. If you would like to change your form or you have not yet completed the form, we will ask you after this evening, again, pending approval, that you please make those changes or your initial request by 5 p.m. on Thursday, March 18th. We also this evening will hope to get some guidance on whether we will be moving forward with which type of mitigating factor, be that plexiglass, face shields, goggles, or masks, and where we will go with that type of mitigation. After this evening, once Board of Education has given approval, Dr. McCartney will submit the plans for review by the Department of Education. And our target date, as I said earlier, will be April 19th to implement our students coming back 5 days either in person or 5 days live if they are a choice remote student. And I believe Mr. Keith is going to now talk about some of the other common conditions across the 4 through 12 grade levels.
Yep. So in all of the classes 4 through 12, you're going to have yellow and black cohorts will be combined to make one in-person cohort. Most classrooms in 4 through 12 will be 16 to 20 students. I'm sorry, 16 to 20 students. That's how many can fit as per the 5 feet social distancing that we'll be utilizing, much like we did in the elementary school. Anytime the social distancing, you're outside of the classroom, there's no way of keeping it guaranteeing 6 feet or more. So in hallways, at arrival and dismissal areas, I know at WAMS and at the UES, when the students get there, they go into either the gym or the auditorium or someplace before they get released into the rest of the building. Those areas will not be at 6 feet, nor will the hallways. But in classes, we will be set at 5 feet of distance in between the desks. So that's where you get those numbers of 16 to 20, depending on the size of the classroom. The next part of that is due to the less 6 feet social distancing. I don't have to go through that again. We've already talked about that a couple of different times, is the mitigating measures that we are bound to do as per the Department of Health. All students within 6 feet of a confirmed positive case. Now, this part's very important for everybody to understand. The rules are still 6 feet or closer will have to quarantine of a positive case. So any student within that 6 foot threshold will have to quarantine as per the CDC and health department guidelines. Again, those are as of today. We've talked about the fact that it may change, but as of today, that's what they still are. So in many cases, that may increase the number of students that will have to quarantine due to that. Go ahead, Mr. Airy. When we hit that threshold of 16 to 20 students in each class, we go above that. Students will be assigned to a satellite overflow room each period, depending on students, number of students above capacity. That changes each period, each day. So the satellite locations will remain 6 feet of social distance. We're not going to close those in closer than that. Those will stay at 6 feet. Satellite locations will have students from various homerooms. They will intermingle from homerooms, teams, classes, or grade levels. All of those may end up intermingling in our overflow satellite classrooms. Students will rotate daily and by period to satellite rooms. I know one question came up to me about a parent wanted her student to stay home on their satellite days. It doesn't quite work like that at the 4 through 12 level because, for instance, in my math class, I'm the 17th student in there, but I only fit 16 desks. In math class, I will go to a satellite location, but in English class, I can stay in class. In science class, I can stay in class. So it would only be math class in that case. And potentially that would be one time over the next 16 days. So at the secondary level, it's going to rotate daily and by period into those satellite rooms and locations. So you're not going to be stuck in there an entire day. It will be based on the teacher and what they have in their classroom. Students will join classes virtually from the satellite rooms, much like they've been doing from home. Satellite rooms will be monitored by a paraprofessional and or a substitute. Depending on the number of students in there, it may be one, maybe a few different, but it'll be a paraprofessional or a substitute teacher. You can go ahead, Mr. Airy. Ms. Powell, you're still on mute. She is up with her data.
If I had a nickel for every time somebody told me I was still on mute. So now we will get into the part of the presentation where we will review some of the commitment data for each of our buildings and review some of the specific details for each building. Once again, thank you to all of our undeniably excellent school parents who completed that commitment data. Of our total population of 850 students, we had about 92% respond as of Friday at 5 p.m. And we had about 8% that have not yet responded. So we will encourage those 8% to please respond after this evening by Thursday night at 5 p.m. Of those 779 responses, 79% of you chose 5-day in-person and 21% chose to stay full remote or to move to full remote. That is about where we have been since September. We have been anywhere between 75-25 and 80-20 of students who were in the in-person hybrid model versus the choice remote model. So we're not seeing a lot of change in those percentages. As far as requesting from moving to one model to another, as of Friday, 6 students have requested to move from the hybrid or in-person model to full remote, and 33 students have requested to move from remote to the in-person model. So if you want to move over to the right-hand side of the screen, just showing you a little bit the data in a little bit different format. If you look at our total enrollment, each grade level's enrollment is listed in parentheses. I will just look at grade 5 for an example. Out of 292 students, we will have a projected number of 218 students in our building at 5 days per week. Now, this data does take into consideration the 779 people who responded, and anybody who did not respond, you are still counted in whatever your current or status quo model is. So again, you can see 218 projected for in-person in 5th grade, 74 projected for the remote model. We are still at that 75-25, which is again, where we have been approximately since September. If you jump down to the next table, just a brief explanation of some of that data. Once again, I will use the green, which is 5th grade, as a model. Out of 292 students, which is our enrollment in 5th grade, 211 students of the responses, 4 of those requested to move to remote, and 11 requested to move to in-person. And then you can see in grades 4 and grade 6, how many students also requested to move from in-person to remote and from remote to in-person. And once again, those are only based on the responses that we received. Any student or parent who did not, respond on behalf of their student, they are still counted in the status quo. And you can see at the bottom, about 5% of our in-person have not yet responded and 17% of our remote students. So that's the data that we collected as of Friday. And then if you want to move to the next slide, we'll talk just a few minutes about some of the specific UES details. We will maintain our current schedule. We will maintain our 8 a.m. to 12:35 p.m. and students will be expected to log back on from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock from what we call at-home learning. At-home learning, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock is where we do small group instruction. It's where teachers check in for follow-up lessons, pre-teaching, reteaching, and it's also where some of our electives are offered. Most classrooms in our building, and we have measured every classroom, we have looked at the capacity of every classroom, we have looked at how many students are in every classroom each period of the day, and our average, as I shared last week, is about 18 to 20 students at 5 feet of social distancing. It's important to note that most of our in-person homerooms are anywhere from 21 to 25 students. So if we can fit at a capacity at 5 feet of 18 to 20, we will need social distancing or satellite rooms. So we will be combining our cohorts, and with those cohorts, if we go above the 18 to 20 with 5 feet of social distancing, we will require those satellite classrooms. At each level, we will have approximately 3 satellite rooms, which will be classrooms. They'll be regular classrooms where we will have the students in those satellite rooms at 6 feet of social distancing since they are coming in from other areas. And then we will use our cafeteria as an overflow satellite space if necessary. On any given day, we will have a rotation of approximately 3 to 6 students per class that may be required to go to the satellite room. And as Mr. Keith mentioned a few minutes ago, we don't anticipate any students needing to be in a satellite room for the entire day. This will be based period by period, subject by subject, depending on how many students are in that classroom and how many students can fit within the square footage at 5 feet of social distancing. So for example, if I'm a 4th grader, I may be with my homeroom for math and for language arts. I may need to go to a satellite room for science or social studies if it's my turn in the rotation. And then I would return to my homeroom class for my special and any other activities where we can fit the number of students within the confines of that classroom. It's important to note that because of our model and the way we've been set up since September, we did not have teachers teaching both choice and hybrid. At the time when we started the school year, we felt that it was important for teachers to focus on the students that were in front of them, whether they were on the computer or in person. So students who will be changing from in-person to choice remote or vice versa will have a change of teacher. Every effort will be made for those students who are staying within their current model, that we will keep those students with their current teachers, as we recognize that that would be another change in this never-ending changing school year. And as Mr. Keith said, we too at the upper elementary school, if students are in person or even online, we will expect them to either log on and be online, or we will expect them to be in person, or they will be considered absent. It will be important for our students to be back on a schedule, back with us 5 days a week. And again, they will go to a satellite room, not necessarily for the entire day, but period by period. I believe that I will now turn it over to Mr. Keith to give some of his commitment data.
And as you see here, we have on the same charts, you look at the results, we have 625 total students in our building, 546 total responses. That's 87% of the total enrollment. That's pretty good. We still have a few outliers out there. 70% of the parents are coming in person, chose to send their students in person. 30% will be remote. Our current average right now, when we started the year, was at 27. We are currently up to 37% remote. So we're still within that range. 14 students moved from hybrid to remote, and 44 students moved from remote to in-person. That nets us about 30 students, which is a little over one section. When you look at the grade breakdown on the right-hand side of the screen, 200 of our 291 7th graders will be in person, and 238 of our 334 8th graders will be in person. As you see down below, we too have counted our non-responses in their current situation. So you'll see how that ends up working out. Currently in person, there were 43 non-responses. Those were counted as in person, and the 42 choice remote students were counted as remote students moving forward. So it's pretty even breakdown there. But those are our numbers. That's the data that we drew. You can go to the next screen there. So here's a little more data for us. Approximately 10% of our classes, 110 students per day, will need to be sent to the satellite overflow location. As you noticed last week, we threw a number out there that was at 6 feet socially distanced. So moving that 1 foot closer ended up coming close to nearly half of what the total overflow was. So what that means is 33 classes throughout our day will have to send students to the satellite location. Satellite location will be in the media center and will be 6 feet apart at minimum, potentially a little bit more depending on how many students we end up having in there. Secondary overflow would be the cafeteria. This comes a little bit different at our level. Athletes who are scheduled to be in person, this goes with the high school as well. You'll see that as his slide comes up. Athletes who are scheduled to be in person must physically attend school. Now that we're starting spring sports at the middle school, our attendance becomes very important for athletes. Must physically attend school for their full schedule in the morning and remotely in the afternoon. So our schedule is not changing either. We're still in school from 7:35 to 12:01. And students will log back on for our afternoon classes, the same schedule that they're currently in, from 12:55 to 2:55. In-person students who do not attend school will be considered absent. Remember, this is a transition back to normal school, as close that we can get. If we're in a regular school year, you don't attend school, you're absent. So if you have selected in person, you must attend in person. That is part of that transition back to our regular school year. Any student designated as in person who is absent for an extended period of time, or who's continuously missing over and over and over again, will be redesignated to a remote status for the remainder of the year. That way we can keep our numbers. As I said, we've got 110 students who are going to a satellite location. If you're listed as an in-person student, but you don't attend school, then those students, that will not lessen the number of students that I have going to the satellite location. So you'd be redesignated to the remote status. So keep that in mind moving forward. So those are the specific data with us. That's our plan moving forward. I'll turn it over to Drew, if I believe Drew is on and ready to talk about his data as well.
Thank you, Matt. So you'll hear a lot of very similar information from the high school. Our results showed that with about 78% of our respondents, that we will see about a net difference of about 76 students coming to school in the building, provided everybody makes that true commitment to being in person. So 64% of our parents chose 5-day in person, 36% choosing to remain remote. And you'll see in the chart on the next page that our highest level of in-person projection is for the freshman class, and our lowest is for the junior class. The subsequent is also true when you look at the remote status. The second chart again shows you what the movement looks like in terms of how people responded to this survey. And important to note, at the high school level, we still are missing quite a few responses, and also recognize that we will move people as a default situation to either the in-person or the remote model. But considering the specific details at the high school, we have approximately 10% of our classrooms that will be over capacity for at least one period. That'll cause us to need to use some of our larger spaces, such as the instructional theater, media center, cafeteria, and auditorium, many of which are used for study halls and other larger classes as it is, but we will be supplementing them with these satellite needs. We will have to discontinue our junior parking at this time. Based on the number of students that are returning, we would not be able to offer to everyone who has requested. We will continue to evaluate that, but as of right now, I know this is one of the big topics that we faced. Additionally, as stated by Matt, athletes who are scheduled to be in person will also be required to be in school for their full schedule. Given that the full schedule is a 4-hour schedule, it meets the standards for the day, and it meets the commitment expectations that we have. I've been asked why that's the case, and ultimately, if you are not feeling well enough or not able enough to come into the building, then you are not able enough to be at the extracurricular activities. This, of course, is waived for anybody who has approved doctor's appointments or otherwise approved absences. These same rules will apply for all other activities that we're planning this year, including the proms and senior events and Spirit Week types of activities that we still would like to have when we get more flexibility in bringing students back for those larger events. And the last piece again reiterates our designation of in-person. We really want this to be a commitment by everybody. It is our commitment to have everyone in the building who wishes to be there and to deliver the best instruction for the remainder of the year, with that goal of September being that everyone will join back together as we once knew it.
Thank you to each of you. And so just to bring us back to this road, this winding road that keeps going on that we've discussed from the last presentation, you know, the principal's conversation, presentation, planning based on that feedback leads us to this evening, and we'll ask the board as in response to this to approve a resolution under old business or however they choose to accept this plan, and then to have me submit it to the Department of Education for review. March 18th, we'd like to have final commitments from our grades 4 through 12 families in terms of which plan or model that they will utilize. April 19th is our target date for start. As you heard in some of the previous conversation, there's reason to suspect that the state may change some of the guidelines that could change our plans and models. And as I shared in my opening statement, while we're trying to be flexible as we design and fly and build the plane all at the same time, we are going to require one of the additional mitigating options for re-entry to school in this new model. And that would include double masking, protective eyewear with a face mask, face shield with a face mask, and for students with specific need, plexiglass on a limited basis with a face mask. So that would be part of our recommendation and or condition to return to 5-day-a-week school. And the other things that were added in the presentation from our principals. Obviously in a K-3 model, since we continue down this dialogue about plexiglass versus face shields, those same rules might apply. And we recognize that there could be some changes or shifts as we continue to evolve and develop this plan or model. I'll just, before I turn it back to the Board of Education, I do want to just reiterate that as this dialogue about 6 foot, 3 foot continues to ebb and flow within our state, but also within other states around, many of you have sent me emails with regard to what assessments or things have come out of Massachusetts or what other states are doing. I strongly encourage, if you feel strongly in that regard, to send your thoughts either in writing or email or calls to the governor's office. And I encourage the board to adopt a resolution or to look to adopt a resolution that sends that same message if that is in fact the board's decision or discussion. So with that, Mrs. Shaw, I will conclude at least that part of our report and pause to see if any clarifying questions you have for me or for the principals.
Sure. I just want to take a minute to thank you, Dr. McCartney and Mrs. Powell, Mr. Keith, Mr. Seibel. I know this was a tremendous amount of work over a very short amount of time, very sleepless nights, I'm sure, and the coordination. So we greatly appreciate all of your efforts in this. I don't know if I will allow board members first to start with any questioning, if anyone specifically wants to start.
I can start. I have a couple questions. First, well, thank you as well for the presentation. It was detailed, specific, very informative. So thank you to the principals for providing all of that data. And I really appreciate Dr. McCartney and the administration's responsiveness to the board's request to present a clear plan for first the K-3 level, which happened last meeting, and now today for grades 4 to 12. And as we've said at prior meetings, but I think it's important to continue to acknowledge, we know, and as Karen had said earlier, that this year, especially the last several weeks, have been a huge exertion of time and energy. So the board put together a video for last week's PD Professional Development Day for staff to offer a very well-deserved and heartfelt thank you video. But I think during a time when a lot of people may be feeling burned out and underappreciated, it's worth noting our thanks to staff and administration in this forum as well, especially in putting together these plans going forward. So I have two questions. One on the mitigation options, those secondary options. When Dr. McCartney plexiglass was talked about, it sounds like, we might have a limited supply, or at least that might be limited to who can use that. Would that encompass that flexibility, the option for students to, bring in their own if that's the preferred secondary mitigation option for a particular family or student?
Yeah, that's a great question. So again, we wanted to provide after hearing from everyone, provide flexibility and address some of those concerns. As you remember from last meeting, that the plexiglass was the most expensive option. And then when folks, challenged that or decided that we were going to look at grades 4 through 12 in addition to K-3, we just knew that resource wasn't going to exist, and we were trying to find something else. But certainly a parent, can choose any one of those 4. We will provide, limited plexiglass because we couldn't purchase plexiglass for every student, face shields for every student, eyewear for every student. But we'll post, tomorrow on our websites links to the kinds of products that we're talking about. And if a parent wants to secure that from themselves, they're welcome to do so. And we will purchase, products to make sure if somebody forgets it, but we'll also have, the primary vehicles in place for our students. So more information will come out in the detail if the board moves forward in the next couple of days about how to secure that, getting ready for April 19th. In the present for K-3, because that starts Monday, we've purchased, a limited amount of plexiglass for the student that just can't tolerate the other options, or parents can't gain access to one of those options since we've made those shifts or changes. But we will have the face shields available. And of course, again, those are funded by federal dollars. And if they're used or not used in this context, we'll be able to apply them and use them other ways throughout the district.
Thanks. And then my other question is just really clarification. The number of students who, I think it was mentioned on the UES slides, who will need to change teachers are the ones who requested to switch from one model to the other. So based on the numbers, so one, that only applies to UES, correct? And then two, it looks like that would be 39 students total who requested to switch. Am I understanding that right, Mrs. Powell?
Yes, that is correct. As of the data from Friday, that is correct. 33 have requested to change to return to in-person. And then we have a number that have changed to return to full remote, to move to full remote. So they would change their teachers. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thanks. And specific to UES, just because of the difference in the parallel learning being offered or at WAMS and the high school, but the difference of the mode currently at UES.
Yes, that is correct.
Thanks.
And Julie, it's important to add to that or note that, of course, the numbers that the principals presented this evening, much like the K-3 numbers initially, they may change in the final commitment based on either new information, flexibility and options, all those kinds of things. So we could see those numbers change, which ultimately will change how we utilize overflow either at middle school or high school, K-3, or grades 4 to 6.
Thank you.
If I could just follow up on, piggyback kind of Andrea's question there. I just am wondering, because I know in the survey that I just saw generally, it did say there's a possibility that, your student might have to change teachers. But I'm just wondering, Mrs. Powell, if there was like information presented to UES parents that change of teachers would be triggered by changing from in-person to remote. Because I do think that would maybe change a parent's decision if they knew then that meant that they had to change teachers. Was that communicated to parents?
It was communicated that they may need to change teachers based on the data that we have thus far.
Uh-huh.
Students who change from in-person to remote or vice versa will need to change teachers. If our numbers drastically change in the next 2 days, we may have to configure, who is teaching remote and who is teaching in person. But our goal is to change as few students from one teacher to another as possible. That is our goal.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, I would hope that is definitely every building's goal. So, okay, thank you.
So I have a few questions if I could, but first to echo the sentiments before thanking everybody for all the effort and the time put into this, for the parents for responding. But a specific question. Mr. Keith, you specifically spoke about how many students would potentially be in an overflow room during a day. You said it's 110. Is that a smooth distribution across the periods? Does it ebb and flow as you looked at it? I'm just kind of wondering, is there, does the average, like if you have how many periods?
8.
8, that's what I thought, 8 periods. Yep. So is it an average, just the 110 divided by 8, or does it ebb and flow? Like how crowded does that?
The largest it will be as of right now is approximately 27 students. So third period has 27 students that would need to go to the satellite location. That is the largest that we're looking at throughout the day. A couple of periods we actually have 1, but actually, I'm sorry, I take that back. We have 1 in 7th, but we have 8 in 8th. So there'll be 9 students in there. So it does ebb and flow. It depends on the classrooms, which classrooms are in. So for instance, third period has the largest number because that is when my 8th graders all go to their STEAM classes and their STEM classes and their art classes. And 8th grade being the largest class or largest grade in my building, that will end up forcing more kids in there. That's why that little bump there is. But there is parts throughout the day that there's much less than that. There's 10 in one period, there's 26 in that one, there's 22 in the second period. So it's kind of all over the place, but the largest is about 27.
Okay. And so since you brought up kind of the different subject areas, what are the thoughts about how the students would participate? I mean, I assume they're doing remote. They may have to have headphones and they're participating in their class remotely. Any support or guidance for the teachers on how to do this with the majority of people in the classroom and then one to a few?
Yeah.
Outside?
Well, I had a meeting on Monday with my staff. We were talking about a lot of different things. And the exciting thing is the staff's ready to get going and have these more detailed discussions. What is that going to look like? Mary Sakavage is going to be key in the discussion on how the media center can really be set up so that we can have students interacting in their class, not just sitting there staring at the screen. So that would be our goal ultimately, is to outline those over the next couple of weeks, make sure we have that in place before we start rolling this out.
Okay. Yeah. Because I just think, for people to be comfortable with this concept, the more detail we can provide about what that interaction will look like, how they'll be incorporated and included with the class, that it's not like, an isolation cell, that, it is a good experience for the students. I think that would be helpful. And before I move on, so Ms. Powell or Drew, do you either of you want to comment about kind of how that looks in your buildings?
So in the high school, there's a lot more flexibility across the periods, largely because we have senior privilege at the beginning and the end of the day. So it could range to a few dozen people. And it will be parallel instruction. So it's the same instruction, quite honestly, that they would receive if they were remote, because of the model that we're using. They'll just be remote from that location for a unique period or two during the day, depending on the individual circumstances.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And Sue, any?
Yes. So we will be moving similar. As you know, the UES will be moving to more synchronous learning as of Monday. It will be more consistent, more prevalent across all of the subjects. 4th and 5th grade will be math and language arts. 6th grade will be the 4 core subjects. So when we do move to the in-person, our plan for the satellite room, obviously, more details will be forthcoming as that data may change over the next couple of days. But our goal is, rather than to send our younger students into one large area and have 110 students in one area, our goal for our satellite rooms is to have smaller, more intimate type settings. So we will have classrooms within each hallway. Our goal is to keep them grade level specific as much as possible, and to keep those numbers small so that as the students are interacting with their teachers through the computer, they may only be students from 2 or 3 different homerooms, and the person that's monitoring that classroom will be able to support those students as they're engaging with their class through the computer. So our goal will be to keep it smaller, to have those students interact on a smaller scale, and not have to go to one big giant, area, if you will, as a 4th grader for that satellite room. We have had what we've called plus rooms thus far since November. We've had many of our students in 5 days a week, depending on if they have an IEP, if they have an extenuating circumstance. And those rooms were initially set up because we were not parallel, just to have students in the building so that they had someone to support them while they were working on their remote learning day. So those rooms will now, as we move to 5 days in person, look very different because they will now be engaging with their classmates through the computer as opposed to just being in the classroom and working on their remote learning for the day. So that was the intent then. The intent now is to have them interacting with their classmates, albeit through the computer. And then also the goal would be to have them rotate so that students are not in those satellite rooms with any regularity.
Okay.
As
Yeah,
little
just
as possible. And
thanks.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Sue. Please continue.
That's okay. I was just gonna say, and that's if we stay with the 5 feet of social distancing. And as Mr. Keith mentioned, the rumors are that may change. If that changes, then what our satellite rooms will look like as well.
Okay. Yeah, many people had shared with me concerns about, students that were in the building, in what could be considered satellite rooms or individual instruction and not necessarily fully participating. So it's good to hear their thoughts and plans about how to move that forward. So, and then one other question related to that, and I'll let my colleagues jump in. So you spoke to, we all hope the guidelines continue to evolve and change and keep up with the studies and findings that we're having coming out with better information. But until they do, I understand we're still going to be following Department of Health guidelines about potential quarantines. So could one or all of you speak to how you'll handle quarantine? Do students just flip to the remote? Is there kind of some sort of hybrid? How do you deal with students that may end up in a quarantine situation?
So I can speak to this because it might be a little different at the UES right now, but at the secondary level, when a student has to quarantine, they flip to remote effectively for the 14 days. What we're going with now is 14 days. That's scaling back, I believe. But for
10, right?
Yeah, for the 10-day quarantine. And then they come back, they log into school, they're listed as a remote student for those 10 days, and then they come back to school when that quarantine is up.
Okay. And pretty much
no
We've been
penalty.
handling it the same way with students who are required to go in quarantine, that if they are in quarantine, they do have access to joining their classes remotely, and we will continue with that practice. We need to work that way with our families.
okay. All right. Thanks.
Just quickly following up on the satellite rooms, I would expect there's just a portion of students that don't come per day, whether they're sick or some other circumstance. So it probably wouldn't be as large numbers, I'm thinking, on a day-to-day basis, just because kids are out for whatever reason. I'm wondering if that is kind of factored in, or you're just...
Yeah, so we're going by straight numbers. What we have now, we expect 100% attendance, but as we know, that doesn't necessarily happen. So that will fluctuate the number of students in the satellite room for sure.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Other questions?
Well, I'm excited. It's great to hear that that we've got some plans in place. I'm thrilled that we can get the kids back 5 days. It sounds like 5 feet is the standard that's been used. Why is that?
So I guess looking at it from the standpoint, I think we shared at the last meeting that we had, this is what it looked like at 6 feet. This is what it looked like 5 feet or 4.5 feet. And this is what it looked like at 3 feet. And we said 3 feet essentially brings us back to normal operations because we can fit more students and brings in the classes in. So the way we left the last conversation was with the Board of Education that 5 feet would be the standard that we would utilize with K-3, and we should apply that for grades 4 through 12.
Okay. I came away with a different understanding. I thought that we said, anything under 6 feet was okay with the board. Have we looked at what these models would look like with 4 feet? And actually, let me ask a compound question. When we say 5 feet, is that 5 feet per human? Like, is it the same distance between students as, a teacher to the students? Have we looked at sort of, whether we have 3 feet between the students, yet 5 feet from the teacher to the students, those different kinds of variables? Or is it just 5 feet around everybody?
Yeah, so if you remember at the last presentation, we actually had a diagram or a picture of how we were measuring it. Center of the student to the next student was a 5-foot distance between. And so we showed that that's how the students were being mapped out within each classroom and the square footage for each space. From the staffing point of view, it fluctuates. It could be 5 feet, 6 feet, depending on where the desk is and where the equipment is in that particular classroom, mostly because they're hardwired into technology and things that the teacher needs to make that happen. So it really depends on the class, whether or not and how many students or desks we needed to fit to try to maximize the space. But it is from basically center of student to the center of the next student, which is the 5 feet. And I did ask some clarifications in between. I think we met and had our administrators come back to the board to ask those clarifications because we were unclear. And then we walked away thinking that 5 foot was the minimum standard, at least at this point, until we saw some other change within the state.
Okay, that's news to me. But I guess is it possible then that that staff can maintain under the current model that there are situations where staff is actually maintaining 6 feet distance from the students?
I think, as I said, I think it really is dependent on the size of the class, where the teacher's desk is, and how we were maximizing the other furniture just to get as many students in the room. So I don't think it's possible in every classroom, but I think it is possible in some classrooms. I don't have a specific chart that tells me that yet.
Okay. And then if we went to 4 feet, obviously I would assume that would impact the need for the breakout rooms or the satellite rooms. Certainly the number of people there are a number of students that would have to go to those breakout rooms. Have we done an analysis of what that would look like under 4 feet?
We did not, or at least for the presentation purposes. I'm sure there's some information that exists. Again, 3 foot puts students back into a normal condition. 4 foot, I'm assuming we would go from the 16 to 20. I think that the principal shared, you could put more students in. So I think it would have impact. I don't know that I have a data point that says 4 foot means that only 20 kids go to remote spaces versus 40 kids. We could look at that, but we did not pursue that just based on the feedback and clarification that we saw from the board and walked away with.
Okay. I mean, am I alone? I guess I'll ask the board. Am I alone in hearing for the first time that 5 feet was what we were sort of looking at? That wasn't my takeaway from the last couple of meetings.
So I was under the impression it was similar to what the K-3 was and I don't know that it's exactly 5 feet in every classroom. It probably varies from classroom to classroom, 4.5 to 5, depending upon how many kids.
We said approximately.
Yeah, and that's what I was assuming, that it would be similar to that.
Remember, I had a whole discussion. I think Drew asked me about this specifically when we were having at the last meeting, and it was, then they were going to work with what they had from the K-3. So it was pretty clear that's where they were headed from. Not the last board meeting, but at the budget meeting, where at the end there was a series of questions about this exact issue and about just so they got some guidance on what they were doing.
Yeah. All right. I guess I'll have to look at the minutes and the videos. That surprises me, but in any event, maybe I missed something. And then I guess what is there?
Mark, did you have a question about elementary spacing?
I'm sorry?
Did you have a question regarding elementary spacing?
Yeah, well, I asked that, I guess at the last go around in the March 4th meeting, I think we talked about that.
Yeah, we're 5 feet and we're pretty black and white with that 5 feet. And I can tell you, in going around from the last time we were all here at the table, my teachers literally got the tape measure out. They have tape on all the floors. Some use Sharpie marker on the floors to know exactly where the desks need to be, all facing the right direction, making sure every student can see the smart board. And in my small group instruction rooms, and I'm speaking of South Valley, in like my pull-out resource rooms and my basic skills classrooms, they're at 6 feet. So they're not going to need that additional barrier. But all my regular classrooms, K to 3, are 5 feet at the minimal. And when they can get more, they got more. But I almost 99.9% guarantee there's nothing under 5 in South Valley.
Okay. And do you think, I mean, if we went to 4 feet though in South Valley, would that
You
provide?
maybe get 1 extra person in each room.
Okay. All right. So not
we
like,
don't have any satellite rooms. Brian, Shelley, and I worked it out where we don't have any satellite rooms, and I feel pretty good about that.
that's great. That's
minimal
great.
moves of students and staff members that we really worked it out, and the teachers rallied, and we did absolutely everything we could, just short of standing on our heads.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And that's great that you can do that.
I hope that helped.
No, that's very helpful. And I guess that sort of answers the question as to why 5 feet, at least as to South Valley, was sort of the measure. And it seems that, perhaps we should be looking at other distances at other schools.
Mark, I can tell you that at the upper elementary school, if you recall at last week's presentation, we presented 6 feet, 5 feet, and 3 feet at the UES, and 5 feet, which was approximately 5 feet, is where we are now. If we went to 3 feet, we're pretty much back to business as usual. We also have measured every classroom. If we went to 4 feet, and as Heather said, we are the same, we would fit 1 to 2 more bodies. And that's with moving all of the other things that we possibly can move out of the classroom that are not, required for instruction. We still would be able to fit maybe 1 or 2 more bodies. So we would go from 18 to 20 to possibly 19 to 22 in a classroom if we went to 4 feet. If we went to 3 feet, we're back to business as usual.
Got it. Okay.
And Mark, in my building, it's 16 to 18 now. 4 feet goes to 17 to 19, and then 3 feet actually is 18 to 20. I'm not even quite back at business as usual at 3 feet because my classrooms are so small. They're only 640 square feet. So it really only changes a matter of 1 to 2 desks, depending on where you are.
Got it. Okay. Well, that's useful to know. And what about cost? I think we've got a general sense as to PPE costs associated with this, but what other costs are we looking at for UES, WAMs, and the high school to make this all happen?
So on the big picture, likely substitute teachers in those spaces to support the overflow classrooms. So it'd be at this point a daily sub cost versus a long-term, where in the primary elementaries we were bringing in certified teachers to teach in those spaces, where in these levels, because it's parallel and the teacher's teaching, it's a substitute or supervision, similar to what we've been doing now when we have a remote space or a staff member that needs to be out for medical leave. We're bringing in somebody to supervise students while the teacher teaches them from a remote space or from their classroom. So it's daily subs, which, as you know from previous conversations, is a challenge just to get them, but the cost is limited in the fact that it's a per diem rate as per the district.
Okay, so we're not envisioning additional certificated staff to build this out, I guess.
Not in these models because of how we've been delivering instruction on the parallel side.
Okay. And then I guess my last question for now is the PPE point, which has obviously been a subject of discussion. The double masking option, is that really just I guess it's just a mask on top of a mask. And is there well,
this was my question as well, so I'll piggyback this. I was curious. I was curious if we had guidance for parents about the kinds of masks, because obviously they're not all created equal, in the context of like, this one has a filter, this one doesn't, this one's just a neck gaiter I use when I go skiing. So I didn't know if there was guidance that was going to be prepared to help parents navigate that, because that obviously is very subjective.
Yeah, so we will, following up whatever the board's action is this evening, we'll then create material that will go out to parents and at all levels basically saying these are the 4 options. Here's what double masking looks like. Here's what face shields look like. Here's what a eyewear looks like, and here's some links if you'd like to procure them or secure them yourselves to find the ones that fit best, work best for your child. We'll provide this product, and if you would like to pursue another product that meets the spirit of that, we offer that. And then the mask conversation, both, I guess, to both is in the start of the school year, we did not necessarily, because again, it's not so defined, necessarily take away that flexibility. So some people wear the, paper mask or the cloth mask. Some people have their own. Some people still wear. We've sort of pushed away from gaiters for the most part, but the nurses helped us define that, and we can redefine that again for this conversation.
Mark, did you have another question? I cut you off. I apologize.
No, thanks. I mean, it's not really a question, just it's a comment, and it's about lunch, which I've been talking about since August, since I've been blue in the face. And I hear that it's not in the plans for the rest of the year. I'm disappointed by that. When we shut down a year ago, 5 weeks seemed like insane, but every day was very precious, that we were losing to not have a full day of school. So the fact that, we're midway through the 3rd marking period doesn't move the needle for me in terms of not exploring lunch and not moving forward with that. We've been hearing all along that the benchmark was 50% for indoor dining. We've hit it. I really will continue to push for it. I understand that's not in the plans for tonight, but I feel very strongly that we should be heading that direction this year as soon as possible. And I'm very thankful for where we are, that we have a plan in place to get students back 5 days a week. But it's a half day every single day. We need full days.
Mark, or who wants to go next? I have a couple of things to say. One, I just want to start again by reiterating my appreciation for all of the administrators and the work they've done. I think, I don't know, maybe it's too early. I think since we've passed the anniversary, there's been a bit more reflection of what this year has done. And I, as a member of this board and a member of this community, would like to look back and think that there are highlights and lowlights of how we've been able to demonstrate our sense of humanity toward each other, toward our colleagues. There's definitely been lowlights and there's definitely been highlights. And I just want to remind all of us that we're here for the kids and the kids are watching us. And I think that's super important. I completely appreciate the administrators' flexibility in thinking about choice that we're giving families about the kind of secondary mitigation options that we are making available to kids. I've also become increasingly sensitive to our choices of language. And just to share, I hate the idea of like what our kids can tolerate. I think that's a really terrible bar. Kids who are struggling, I don't think that's a really great way of talking about this. I would prefer to talk about it. What options do families choose? What options do they feel most comfortable with, rather than thinking about it in the flip of what they can tolerate? Just a little sensitivity I thought I would share. My only question to the administration is, I know with great anticipation, we are all hoping for a difference in the guidance around social distancing in schools coming up, and whether you have thought about what are the impacts to the plan as presented today. I imagine if it goes less than 6 feet, maybe step one might be to eliminate the need for secondary mitigations that have been described or not. And then I wonder, kind of coupling on to Mark's question, if it's less than 6 feet, do we look differently at the satellite rooms and how many kids we keep in a classroom? Or are we saying, we're doing 5 feet. If the social guidance comes to 3 feet, are we able to quickly pivot to a 3 feet social distancing model? Do we already have that on that road that we know how to quickly pivot there going forward?
I think the answer to all that is yes. In the event there's a shift, we've designed now a model for less than 6 feet. If it's 3 feet and we're exceeding that at 3 feet or 4 feet or 5 feet, then there's no need for additional mitigation, much like our current model working within the 6 feet guidelines as we understand them. So I think that's a pretty easy step. Number one is that we can eliminate that mitigation. We would then have to look at, as Mr. Keith had said, maybe some classes within a school, some courses might still need overflow based on that and based on the space. So we would review that at the 3 feet and then determine what needs to happen there. But I think those are relatively quick measures that won't require a tremendous amount of effort to make a pivot of within a few days, as opposed to what has been a process that takes several weeks.
Thanks. And then just like my closing comment, going back to this issue of humanity, like I hope, as excited as we all are for kids to come back, that we respect those who choose not to. And, I think it's going to be tough for them. Sometimes it's their parents' choice and not the kids' choice. Sometimes it's the kids' choice and not the parents' choice. And everyone has a unique story in that. So I hope, we think about our neighbors in that. We think about our kids, our own kids, our students. It's just something that's been on my mind.
Thank you for saying that.
I just want to follow up quickly on something Sandra said. I do appreciate also now giving families the chance, the choice in whether it's the face shield, the goggles, the double masking, the plexiglass. I think that was a big discussion that we've had. And I think it's important to give parents that choice. So I appreciate the flexibility of administration and bringing in those other options. I know they were brought by the community, some of them, like the goggles and things. So we appreciate that.
So Scott, I just want to say first, thank you for the work that went in. I appreciate the fact that administration came back very quickly, turned on, this really faster, in a very, very fast way. And I really appreciate that. And I don't have a lot of questions about this, but the one thing that, if you look at the CDC guidelines and what's out there, what hasn't been spoken about is something we've been doing all year really well. And I think a couple of times it's been overlooked, which is that we've done a lot of the other things, the ventilation, we've said a few times that we've already upgraded and made sure their HVAC systems do meet the standards and guidelines that the CDC recommends. And, we have been doing a lot of the mitigating factors that already, just because we're in session, that a lot of other schools already still have to do because they haven't even been in session yet. So I just want to make it really clear that while we maybe bring in social distancing down, many of the other mitigating factors that are recommended by the CDC, we've already implemented, irrespective of what the social distancing was within the schools themselves, because it was the right thing to do. And we'll continue to do that because that's what we need to do. And I just want to, say that because I don't think people realize that a lot of the ventilation questions that have come up, people have talked about, we've already addressed that. That's one of the things we did early on before we even brought anybody back into the buildings, whether it was going to be for this hybrid model or now for a potential 5-day-a-week program.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Great point. We've done essentially everything that's listed under the standards for mitigation, with the exception of plexiglass or some sort of physical barrier. And we did not have to do that, or didn't believe we had to do that, with 6-foot social distancing. So everything else that exists with maybe one other exception, which is bringing in, independent air scrubbers and things of that nature. But in order to offset that, we added better filters and run the systems more regularly and frequently to provide that fresh air intake and everything else. So, kudos to everybody involved in the process. Our design teams from back in the summertime, there's a lot of people involved from the community, from the medical community, all those kinds of things. And just to close up or just comment on that, I do want to thank our principals. Even though this was a grades 4 through 12, they worked through the weekend to capture the data, to put it into format, to try to understand it. But it really has been a team effort across the board. Cabinet's been involved every step of the way. K-3 has been involved in the 4 to 12 plan. 4 to 12 was involved in the K-3 plan. So every time we talk about this, we're together as a group, sitting around a table, or at least virtual table, debating, bantering back and forth, walking each other off the ledge, bringing each other back into focus, doing all those things along the way. So thank you for recognizing all of their work, because it's been a tremendous amount, in addition to just running a school and managing the regular operations of the day. So kudos to them.
I just wanted to quickly echo my thanks and appreciation to all the, building level staff for this. My question, most of my questions were already asked, but I did want to clarify, as new guidance becomes available, whenever that is, in whatever that is it possible to be more specific with the community in terms of, if it goes to 5 feet, this other mitigating, barrier, whatever, will no longer be required. If it goes to 4 feet, then we would anticipate having more kids in the classroom ostensibly, because at the 5, I'm assuming that's all the case. I think sometimes being, just for me, maybe like very, very clear in terms of, because I think, we all expect it too, we just don't know when. And I think having a clear sense of exactly what might be helpful. But again, thank you very much for everything.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I can, as we follow up on our communications out, we can try to clarify and be more specific in those areas.
So actually, I wanted to say something, and it kind of piggybacks on what Mark was just asking about. So back last year, before I was back on the board, I was part of the committee the parent committee or the community committee for reentry. And I thought it was a valuable experience to participate in that. I'm just wondering, is that something that we're considering? Actually, let me say it more forcefully than that. I think we should consider going back to something like that. I mean, I know things are moving fast and furious, and the scheduling may be a challenge, but I think, as we are progressing on this, let's face the reality that we've got some mending to do in terms of understanding and communication. Whether it's community forums or reinstating committees, reentry committees, continuing that work. I think something along those lines we should definitely consider doing, and come up with a plan to do that. We talked about before how this is probably unprecedented engagement that we have from the community. I'm one that says never let an opportunity go to waste. We have people engaged and interested. Let's find some more ways to continue that engagement, and keep things moving in that direction.
Yeah, we agree, Mick. If you remember from the last presentation or last month when we did K-3 on our little winding road at the end, we had April 10th as a tentative date to bring that committee back. We wound up having to postpone that just because we just didn't have the capacity to move in that direction. We needed to focus for this presentation tonight, but the objective then would be to reset that in motion as we enter into April, with the idea that that's to put our plan together for September and be able to identify and hopefully communicate that even before the end of the school year for parents.
Yeah, I think a great target would be, to have that committee working and having recommendations so that, as we close this school year out and we start, really in earnest looking at what September looks like in July, late June, early July, that we have that committee kind of ready to speak to us about that.
I agree, Mick. I personally think like April, May, to the extent that it's not maxing out the administration, but even start thinking about that April, May timing.
Yeah, working
most
through
definitely.
that period and then being ready to really fully engage on how September looks. Earlier if possible, but late June, early July at the latest.
Could I share one more comment?
Definitely. Go ahead, Sandra.
At risk of extending this part of the meeting, I just want to, as Mick brought up the reentry committees, and I know this issue of lunch is still contentious, and I know, like Mark already shared at one point, like a difference of memory from the 5 feet to what it is. So I just want to share a difference of memory that I have about the 50% dining, that when we were in this summer thinking about what school would look like, we talked about minimizing risks, and we did talk about lunch. And I remember we had this conversation and we said, we can't even have indoor dining at 50%. How can we have kids eat lunch? And it was never like, well, as soon as it's 50% dining, we'll have kids eat lunch anymore. It was just used as a observation of the state of mitigation at the time. And so I think that that has been, we haven't completely blown out in conversation. I think we've all, named it, like what was supposed to be the trigger of 50%. I don't recall a time where we ever said, as soon as we're at 50%, we're going to have lunch, particularly now that we're talking about something we didn't even talk about in the summer, which is blending the cohorts. I imagine that the cafeterias don't have capacity even to have 50% right now. And so I just want to almost demystify that was a discussion point, but it was never a decision marker. And I don't know if others remembered it differently, but I know that seems to be, often brought out as a critique of our transparency, of our direction and all of this. And it's just very different than I remember that conversation.
Well, thankfully all those meetings were recorded. So to the extent there is a misunderstanding on my part or your part, the record should be clear. I guess my next and hopefully last question is on the sort of the 4 PPE options. What, if anything, what sort of guidance are we relying on to use those 4 options as sort of the standard that we're going to follow?
So again, CDC, Department of Health, Department of Education guidance with regard to if we were going to do less, look to utilize these mitigation strategies. As we talked with our staff, talked with teachers, talked with parents, folks in the community that said that these are areas that would make some feel more comfortable and provide some additional safety or security, much like all the other mitigation things that David spoke to just a few minutes ago. We employed that as part of the process for our staff, for our school community to be able to advance the ball. I understand there's differences of opinions, differences of interpretations, but really trying to blend together the needs of our entire school community, students, staff, parents. At the district, we decided that because we were lessening from what we believed to be the standard of 6 foot, that we wanted to add in mitigations to make sure that our staff and students and families were comfortable, recognizing some are very comfortable, some are very uncomfortable. So with all of this, there's, there are ends of the spectrum. We often hear certain voices, not other voices, but one of the things that's always interesting to me as the person who receives feedback from many parents across the district is that there are people that fall on that range, as I said at the very beginning. So as a superintendent, I'm trying to find a balance point between each of those constituent groups to advance the ball of getting to 5-day-a-week school, but also meet the needs that staff have for safety, that some families have for safety, and saying that, look, I'm not comfortable with this lessening of social distancing, but if there were mitigations in there, then I might be more comfortable. So that's really the genesis of how we got from point A to point B. And again, that could change tomorrow, could change a week from now, could change a month from now, based on whatever's going on in our school community and the community at large.
Okay. And then, sorry, I know I said that was my last one, but this one really is my last one for now. If the travel guidance changed, because I heard that New York State just changed their travel restrictions. If that changes before spring break, is there a chance that we would come back immediately after spring break? And if the answer is no, that's fine. I think if the answer is no, then we should just be clear about that. But if there is a chance that if the guidance changes, we might come back, instead of going remote the week after spring break, then, I think that would be a good option to at least articulate to the community. But again, if the answer is no, then I think we just need to be clear about that.
Yeah, right now the answer is no. But like everything else that we've said no or yes to, I guess it all depends on the information. But at least our premise, given the proximity and the time frame from spring break, the uncertainty of any change, we wanted to give parents and staff, room and time to make their decisions about their travel without having to necessarily have consideration for change. So I know there are families that will make different decisions. So right now, if pressed, it sounds like you're pressing, I would say no. But there's never been a full determined no, and there's never been a full determined yes in almost all of this. So always leave an open door.
Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for the board?
I just have not a question, but one more thing I'd like to expand on Sandra's important point earlier of the human aspect and the humanity piece of it, because I think that's easy to overlook, but super important, and just being mindful of both, the students who will remain remote, which looks like obviously a minority in terms of numbers, as well as those who will be transitioning from one model to another, and those students with special needs who may have been in school more already to varying degrees, but likely have been much more isolated than they normally would be. And now hopefully we'll have the opportunity for more inclusion in some of their classes, but it will be a transition for all, and that we have to, I think that's just really important for us to be mindful of and show flexibility and grace toward.
Thank you, Drea. I appreciate that. So with that, Madam President, if as we move forward, we'd like the board to consider a motion. I know that our business administrator and our attorney have kind of wordsmithed the last motion for old business. So when we get to that, we can read that if it's the board's pleasure, and kind of move forward. But thank you for giving us the time this evening to share, and we'll move from there. Thank you. That's my report. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not my full report.
That's your COVID report.
Nat, we do have this other small thing to address, which is the budget that operates the school system. And I know if you're ready to move on to that, we can make introduction there.
Sure. Just really quickly though, Dr. McCartney, I know we had stated that Carol Butler was going to come talk about any support that's given marking period 4 or in the summer. We pushed it off to next month, but I don't know if there's even just a short update either Carol or yourself want to give about that.
Sure. Yeah, so thank you. We did, with all that was going on with this, we elected to move that to the next conversation, but we definitely reiterate that we are, helping many students through whether it's academic and or social and emotional needs. We continue to encourage parents to reach out to the teacher, reach out to the guidance counselor, the child study team, the principal, all those people that exist there to help and support. We have seen encouraging shifts in some of the numbers, and I'll ask Carol to kind of just give a mile high, and then next month we'll spend more specificity in terms of what plans are in place for supporting the students through the summer, through next fall, and even expanding on what we're doing currently. So Carol, if you wouldn't mind, just take a second.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. McCartney and Ms. Shaw, Mrs. Shaw. I had a presentation today, but I know today's a busy night, so I'll just share it next month, and I'll actually add on third marking period information onto that. In looking at the data that we have so far, as Dr. McCartney mentioned, we have seen some numbers go down and some numbers go up. What we have in my conversation with the principals and supervisors is that we already have in place systems of support through our INRS teams, which are in intervention and referral teams. Each school has one set up, been set up for years. This is not something new for during the COVID pandemic period. It consists of your principal, your guidance counselor, school counselors, your CST members, and teachers throughout the building that come in and work with parents to kind of create action plans to support students that are struggling. The principals have, during this pandemic time, have recognized the need of looking at students individually and really reaching out to families to figure out how we can best support some of these students. And through their efforts, we have increased all of those efforts. And so each school is looking at absenteeism. They're looking at I-team referrals, both from parents, from teachers, from the school counselors themselves. They're meeting much more frequently to kind of help figure out ways to help support the children and the students in the classrooms. And then they'll use this time between now and the next marking period to see how well those plans are working for those students. In the meantime, we are looking at creating a tutoring program. There is a criteria that we have set up for students that they must be recommended through I-team in order to qualify for this tutoring piece. It will be after school 2 days a week, and it will be done virtually right now because we're not in the lunch period area. It will happen at the end of the day. I do want to mention that I know that the word early dismissal or shortened day keeps getting added up in there. Everyone needs to remember that we have truncated the day. We have taken out a lot of our specials and put them at the end of the day. We've taken out the lunch period, the recess period, and we really have truncated all of our academic areas during the time that the students are in school and will continue to be in school once we get to this 5-day-a-week period. So they are getting the full academic experience in a very, compacted way. Definitely not the best, definitely not what we want it to be. We want to be back to full day, inclusive of all the things that we're able to do, but we are getting our academic piece in during the time that we do see the students, and that will happen for all grades once we get to the 5 days a week period. We also have plans in my presentation. I was going to talk about the summer piece. The high school has put into place for the summer some credit recovery for students that are failing 2 or more of their academic areas. I'll explain that in greater detail at next month's meeting. And then obviously what we're going to plan to do for the fall coming up. But that's a real skinny of my presentation I was going to do tonight. And then next month, I'll give you a lot more details for all of that, including first, second, and third marking period. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you, Carol. So shall we move to budget? Great, thank you. Along the lines of, being appreciative and thankful, James Heiser, our business administrator, along with his team, has worked in the midst of all this to try to figure out how to put the budget together and make things happen. So definitely want to say thank you to his team, as well as, again, cabinet and principals and staff that have been involved in the budget process. We've met now a couple times through committees and with the board and workshop to talk about a budget and to reach an objective of developing a budget that meets within cap. And we've gone through several benchmarks, from several $1 million over to making our way down. And at our last juncture, we were somewhere around $900,000 over. The board made some suggestions in terms of places for us to go. We shared that we continue to look at new staffing requests, some additional purchasing under our lease, and things of that nature, as well as adding some or taking away some expense items in terms of courtesy busing and those loops, and changing ultimately to get down to a balanced budget. So Mr. Heiser will kind of walk you through those specific steps. And at the end of this evening, our hope is that the board would support advancing this to the Department of Education for their review. As always, remember that we can modify the budget from this point forward downward, or might have to respond if the department thinks that we're not doing something under thorough and efficient, and we would kind of move forward. But then that would follow from there, once approved by the county, ultimately to a board, a public hearing on the budget later in this school year. So Mr. Heiser, maybe if you would pick it up from there and share your screen. And
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. McCartney. And I'd like to echo the thanks to district administration, cabinet, principals, with everything going on. Obviously, it's been a heavy lift. Typically, budget season is already a heavy lift, and everything else around it has been even heavier. So thank you to them for all their hard work in this process. So tonight, obviously, is our budget introduction. A lot of this presentation is going to look familiar to what ultimately I presented at the budget workshop, with a few adjustments here and there, namely to what we did additional to close the gap of the 950,000 that was remaining to close. So next slide, Jeff. So we'll go through the development process, what makes up our revenues, what our revenues consist of, which is tax levy, state aid, fund balance, and our other revenue sources. There's a little bit more of an explanation of what those other revenue sources are. And also we'll pay a little bit of close attention to the state aid number, as we have seen increases in state aid by S2 ultimately, which came into play 2 years ago. So we'll take a look at that ultimately, how that's had an impact on our state aid. Appropriations, our salaries, benefits, capital outlay, and our other expenditures. Those other expenditures, they consist of our transportation, our facilities and operations, electric, natural gas, things along those lines, our supplies, our principal budgets, those are all in that area. Budget adjustments that were made to balance the budget. So we'll take a look at those. The budget introduction, ultimately, where it lies as of today, which it is a balanced budget. But ultimately, we'll take a look at that utilizing the preview that we have utilized all throughout this process. The tax impact, what ultimately the community will see on an average assessed home. And then budget highlights, what high level items as to what is included in this budget, because there are some good items that we want to point out. Next slide. So the budget development process first starts with developing the priorities of board committees and administration. Central administration meets to obviously evaluate needs related to facilities, technology, curriculum, personnel. School administration reviews their building-based budgets and compiles that data as well based on their individual needs. Revenue and appropriations are updated over time. The key there is it is a very fluid process. As the next few slides will show that the budget changes daily as we start to get actual tuition numbers. Just recently, after the budget workshop, I communicated to the board that we were still waiting on our general insurance line information. That came subsequent to the budget workshop. So it's a very fluid process. And those items are updated over time. We had our budget workshop on March 9th and ultimately our budget introduction tonight. Next slide, please. So the budget development process, we started after we rolled over the budget. We did take a look at what rolling the budget would look like, status quo, no additional supplies, no additional personnel, just increase in salaries and an estimate for benefits. And we were about $850,000 over 2% growth. So after doing that, we then put in all of our building-based requests, as well as our departmental budgets and new personnel requests, facilities requests, and everything all in, we were 3.128 million over the 2% levy cap growth. So that was where we kind of had started after we compiled all those priorities and all the building-based budgets, the facilities budgets, transportation, all those individual budgets. So next slide, please. From there, you can see that the surplus or deficit, in this case, a deficit at the bottom was a little over 2 million. So what ultimately happened is we start to go back and have our building-based budgets meetings. We meet with individual principals to start to refine those budgets, as well as refine our personnel, our benefits, and things change along the way. Mainly, we get access to the state software, which gives us a better idea of our budgeted fund balance and excess surplus, and we can start to gain a better estimate there as well. So that is ultimately what led to that $1 million roughly decrease, is mainly in starting to adjust budgets downward and remove items that we go through a prioritization process to ultimately determine if we can remove them or not. Next slide. So our revenues consist of these four main areas: the local tax levy, state aid, budgeted fund balance, and other revenue sources. So our budget that we are introducing today has a 2% levy increase plus utilization of bank cap, which is in the amount of $190,000. So that gets included into that tax levy amount. So it's ultimately a 2.29% increase on the general fund tax levy. State aid, we saw a $484,000 increase compared to the 2021 adjusted state aid. Adjusted is italicized there because, as I indicated at our budget workshop, that is based on, in August, we found out that we were losing $239,000 of state aid that was otherwise budgeted into our current year budget. We made up for that by budgeting additional fund balance to cover that loss instead of adjusting through revenues and appropriations. But that's why that is italicized there. Budgeted fund balance. Budgeted fund balance is always kind of an area where there's a little bit of confusion on what it is, what makes it up. So budgeted fund balance is ultimately composed of two things: our prior year audit, our 19-20 year audit, because we're still operating 2021. So our 19-20 audited excess surplus how much we had in fund balance in excess surplus at the end of the year, plus any allowable adjustments, which are ultimately, it's an estimate of our free general fund excess balances that are projected as of June 30th, 2021. That's why that budgeted fund balance number can often change a little bit, because we don't gain access to our budget software typically until the second week of January. And you have to start compiling data inside of there to really get that number honed in. But after the audit's up, you can get a pretty good idea to start the budget process. Our other revenue sources, that consists primarily of tuition. That's tuition from individuals, preschool, extended K, and the majority of it is from other districts. Facility rentals are extraordinary aid. Pay to participate fees are included in the budget. Parking fees, shared services, and banking interest is ultimately the main sources of these other revenue sources. Next slide, please. So our state aid revenue, this is obviously, the board held a community forum based on state aid funding. I believe that was last year, right before we kind of went off into our remote setting. And ultimately, we've been monitoring what our uncapped aid is compared to our actual state aid that we receive. What does that mean? The uncapped aid is ultimately the calculated state aid based on the S2 funding formula. The state aid, that's that green line. The state aid, which is the blue line, is our actual state aid that we receive. The yellow line is ultimately the difference between those two lines. What we want to see is we want to see that blue line meeting that green line and that yellow line all the way down at 0, because what that will mean is that we do not have a difference between our uncapped aid, the amount that we should be receiving, versus our actual state aid. And you can see the fluctuations down there at the bottom. I added the numbers below the years. You can see that that number has typically been over $1 million, but going into the 2022 year, barring no other adjustments to state aid, let's hope that we don't have a July, August type scenario where we're informed of reducing state aid again. That number ultimately comes under $1 million for the first time in 5 years to 824,000. So that's a good thing. Next slide, please. So these are our other sources of revenue, which again are comprised mainly of tuition, which is this teal line here. Facility rentals, the yellowish gold line there. The other governments, that's the purple line. That's mainly our extraordinary aid and our semi. So our extraordinary aid is a state grant. Our semi funds are federal grants. And then other sources. So over the 3-year period, the tuition, you'll see a relative decrease or a decline on that tuition. The main cause of that, as we pointed out in the budget workshop, is students ultimately going back to districts because those districts are opening up programs in their district and bringing those students back in the district. The other governments, the purple line there, you'll see a slight growth in that. We're increasing our extraordinary aid number by about $100,000. The reason being is the state has been able to put in additional funding into their extraordinary aid budget. Over the years, our expenses related to extraordinary aid have also grown. So naturally, that has progressed and grown as well. So we have an additional allotment of revenue included in that number. Next slide, please. So our appropriations, we have our salaries in there. We'll be heading in the year 3 of 3 with the MEA and year 2 of 3 with MA. Health benefits, they're included in the budget as well. We originally projected a 3% increase. Our renewal came in at a 1.75% increase. So again, that just shows, that it's a very fluid process with the budget. Changes are made on a daily basis. 150,000 is included to offset Chapter 44 impact, and then there's 185,000 included for a health insurance relief fund. Instructional supplies and materials are in the budget. Our departmental budgets, consists primarily of curriculum, technology, administration, facilities, and transportation. And then our capital outlay budget, which you'll see it has been reduced over the years. We have been able to build a little bit more of a capital reserve up, so that helps offset some of those capital outlay projects. But nonetheless, that's typically an area that we're cutting year to year. Next slide. So the budget adjustments. So these are updated for the final adjustments to balance the budget. So ultimately, tuition costs, we had cut certain appropriations that were included in the budget in the amount of $118,490. So typically, come December and January, we start the budget process out with just including a blanket kind of, we expect these districts to increase their tuition by X amount of dollars. Well, as we get notified by those districts what their tuition will be for next year, we start to update those numbers, and that's ultimately the cause of those updates, as well as any shifts in student population. Our department and building-based budgets were reduced down by $466,000 compared to the original request. Capital outlay was reduced down by $630,000 compared to the original request. Our lease purchase had an original request $712,000 higher than what it currently is, which resulted in a reduction of about $136,000 in annual payment. Our staffing, if you recall at the budget workshop, we had explained that the last hurdle that we were kind of trying to get through were the last remaining new staff position requests that were included in the budget, trying to find if we can, instead of hiring new staff, reallocate existing staff. So ultimately, those were identified, and compared to the original request, we have $667,000 of new staff requests that were removed from the budget. Existing staff adjustments. So these are adjustments for individuals that ultimately let us know that they will be retiring, or certain staff members that may be out on leave of absence, which may not allow them to move on the guide next year. So that amounted to about $132,000. Our benefit adjustments related to the staffing adjustments, $184,000 roughly. Our ESSER II funding allocation. So the grant actually did open up today for ESSER II. We will go in and we'll start that process of completing that grant. You'll see that coming forward on a future agenda for submission ultimately. But the district is projected to receive $378,000 roughly in ESSER II funding. And then additional revenue sources. So we took a closer look at our tuition revenue, put in a little bit more funding into our tuition revenue with the expectation that we will receive additional students that ultimately may need a program and fit within district's current existing programming, and then ultimately recognizing that we'll take in some shift in GIF dividend money. Next slide, please. So this is our budget introduction. So that surplus deficit has been closed to zero. Ultimately, the tax levy is $67,233,217. Our state aid number is in there, our other revenue sources, our budgeted fund balance, and then we have our salaries, benefits, capital outlay, and other. And you'll see that that capital outlay number compared to last year's budget is down, and ultimately it is pretty low come over the 3-year comparison. So next slide, please. So the tax impact of this budget. Last year's total levy, debt service, and general fund was $70,421,000. The 21-22 proposed levy, general fund, and debt service is $71,819,000 for about a 1.752% increase. The ratables, I will note here, that ratable number, the $4,100,000,000 number, we ultimately communicated with the township to see what number they're using in their budget process currently. Typically, we have a more finalized ratable number by now, but due to the pandemic, appeals were allowed to go into April, maybe even May. So there's a note down here at the bottom that 21-22 ratables are estimated pending May finalized appeals. So on the average assessed home of $457,793, the budget would ultimately be an increase on an annual basis of $99.34. Next slide, please. So the budget highlights. So transportation, obviously one of the items that we have included in the budget is adjusting the courtesy busing policy to align to state law and consolidate routes. That led to about $125,000 adjustment for us. Bank cap, we have the utilization of $190,000 a bank cap in the 21-22 budget. This chart here down here at the bottom shows how that bank cap was generated. It was generated the 1920 school year. In the 1920 school year, we were allowed to grow our tax levy by $64,747,000. Our actual tax levy was $64,195,000 roughly. So that generated $553,000 roughly in banked cap. Banked cap, once it's generated, it's available for 3 years to utilize. We have utilized a portion of that bank cap. We've already utilized $168,000 of that, and we're proposing to utilize $190,000 for the 21-22 budget year. That would leave us $194,000 roughly that could be utilized in the 22-23 budget process. If it is not utilized in that budget process, then it would expire. Next slide, please. So some other budget highlights. We have in the budget Project Lead the Way training, curriculum writing based on newly released updated standards. We have some summer engagement program for students currently in grades K to 8. We have technology items. We have some replacements for devices across 3 grade levels. We have certain classroom technology slated for replacement in the budget, certain infrastructure equipment and Mac lab devices. And facilities, that capital outlay portion has a small amount in that portion. $122,000 of that portion is made up of our SDA payment. The other portion is made up of ultimately window repairs and a gym floor recoating. Next slide, please. So are there any questions?
So, James, thanks for the thorough presentation. Just one question I have. The 99.34 increase on the average assessed home, could you speak to how that compares to tax increases in previous years?
Yeah, so our tax increase last year was, I believe, somewhere around $130 on the average assessed home. I'd have to take a larger look at it over the last 4 to 5 years. I do know that we have that data available. I just don't have it on hand at this current moment. But last year, I believe we were around $130 on the average assessed home.
Okay, so it's a lower increase this year on the average assessed home.
Correct.
You know, Mick, coincidentally, I looked at this earlier, and I looked at the township's website to look up historical tax levy. And in 2015, the school district's tax levy was a total of $7,045. And the proposed budget for next year is $8,019. So we're pushing $1,000 increase from 2015. And so while, a $99 increase may not seem tremendous this year, we're going on $1,000 just from 2015. And so, I'll just repeat what I said at the budget hearing. This is in many respects an unusual year. One of the I guess you could perceive it as a benefit is the financial benefits that the district has received in terms of state aid that James articulated, in terms of the federal aid by way of the ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and what we expect to be a significant amount of ESSER 3 funding. And I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that we'll get $1 million, close to $1 million, or perhaps even more than $1 million in ESSER 3 funding from the federal government. And, you know, the governor, you know, he borrowed $4 billion this year in his budget, and we're the indirect beneficiary or direct beneficiary of that in terms of state aid and other grants that we've received. Those funding resources aren't going to be available in the future. And if there's a year not to increase taxes, I think this is the year to do it, particularly since, you know, the arrow is continually going up. You know, I said it at the budget hearing. I don't think we should be touching bank cap this year, and I think we should be looking at ways to give back to our taxpayers. But in any event, I know that this isn't the final budget. I know that this is just a submission to the county, and we can look to ways to hopefully reduce it by April. But you know, since you raised the question, Mick, I had happened to look at those numbers earlier, so hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight.
Yeah, and then that does help. But I guess the good thing is, you know, 6 years, $1,000 increase, about $166 a year. So this is below that average. So that's good. But I think, you know, in talking about that, it would behoove us to talk about, well, what would it look like to not use the bank cap, right? What programs, as I recall, there are things like we talked about, performing arts programs in UES middle school. Those are the next things that would get us to not being able to use that banked cap, or not having to use that banked cap.
I think there are other options. I think there's Chapter 44 expenses that we could talk about. I think there are other options available.
Yes, I was just going to speak to Mr. Weeks, what you had said with regard to the options, at least that we saw are presented. Most of those fell, at least at this point, into program offerings or supports for students, whether it's after school busing, after school clubs activities, and staffing. You know, those are the things at least that come up every year as we look at options. And of course, you know, you continue to look at it. I understand fully what, you know, Mr. Villanueva is saying as a taxpayer in a community, and definitely, you know, this is a difficult year for people. Folks are in some ways are underemployed, and in other ways not employed at all, or trying to spread things more. I think that the challenge for me on the bank cap issue is there a time to, you know, to apply banked cap, or do you let those resources dissipate? And is it better to apply that bank cap over a series of 3 years, or ask the taxpayer to get, you know, walloped with it all in 1 year? So it really blends back to the philosophy of, if that capacity exists, do you apply it? I know, you know, in years past, I've heard conversations about, you know, how the district has allowed bank cap to lapse, and the impact of that being felt for years and years to come. So it's a good question. It's something we always have to look at. It's something that my team, you know, considered heavily in the development of the budget, is trying to find a way to get down to these numbers. And we're thankful that we did receive some of those additional aid funds, because we would have had a substantially more challenging and more impactful process that could have impacted, you know, in a year where we also want to maintain staff to support students for learning and needs that we think will encumber next year. We just didn't want to go that direction ultimately. So I think it was a good balance point of trying to say, okay, let's utilize these new funds. Let's minimize our expenses that are over capped to get down to it. And then let's try to retain the people and things that we think are going to be critical for next year. So getting it all, I do applaud the work. And I think James and his team, as well as the district, put together something that's good. And of course, no tax increase is great, but it seems to be what's necessary at this point to move forward.
Mick, I was able to pull up some additional data, because I did know that we had looked at our tax levy history back when we ultimately were doing a presentation for the community forum on S2, and just looking back over the last 5 years, general fund levy and debt service fund levy, so our total tax levy Our overall levy change in 17-18 was 1.91%, 18-19 was 1.9, 19-20 was 1.79, 2021 was 2.14, and 21-22 proposed was 1.98.
Okay. They weren't doing new math when I was at WAMS, so I'm gonna assume those align with what Mark was talking about in terms of the $1,000 over that 6-year period. Yours was a little shorter, but yeah, I just think it's important to understand. I mean, you know, to your point, Dr. McCartney, we got some breaks there with things like the insurance increase being less, but you know, maybe could you speak to what Mark mentioned about the Chapter 44 relief, and you know, and why that's potentially still there versus, you know, the after school programs or whatever in terms of utilizing that banked cap?
Oh, sorry, I'll ask James, maybe if you would, you know, start that conversation. I can kind of blend in with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Chapter 44 change that we have built into the budget, we have ultimately $150,000 built into the budget to offset Chapter 44. On the actual agenda tonight, we have a resolution for the board's consideration. Ultimately, we do not believe it was the intended impact to have an increased cost to districts, but certain districts, typically what we're seeing is the larger districts are seeing increased costs related to that. Ultimately, we saw a reduction in the premium, in the premiums paid to our shift, but the reduction in the amount that employees are contributing far outweighed that reduction in the premium.
Right. So just want to make sure we're explaining that for everybody. So that's to make up that gap, right?
And I would just add, you know, a little bit that, you know, I had mentioned maybe two board meetings ago that there was discussion in Trenton, you know, about maybe passing legislation to kind of rectify that. Senator Singleton's office reached out to us to take a look at some of the proposed legislation. James was really thorough in giving some response and feedback on that. So I do think, you know, even, you know, as a board, you know, appreciate that we're moving forward with the resolution, but I do think there's still some debate in Trenton that's worth advocating for, you know, and that still is something on the table.
And just along those lines with, you know, whether it's Chapter 44, an ongoing debate, discussion, impact, or whether it's ESSER funds, you know, on some levels, getting from where we were last time we met at 950,000, we've hedged our bets and sort of pulled things off lease purchase with the idea that we would see additional funds in there. I know I haven't yet worked with a business administrator that likes budgeting on a hedge your bet mindset. They tend to be concrete and like to know in hand that we have the dollars allocated on the budget lines to make sure that we have something solid and fixed. So I know we've pressed James's comfort level with utilizing that, but we did apply that mindset saying that there's at least a fairly certain amount of funds that we'll see come into next year, and we can offset or push off some of the technology purchases under a lease in the event that we receive more funds. In the event that we don't, or some reason those funds don't come in the same way, we could find ourselves without being able to purchase those additional products, materials, or without the ability to rehire certain staff members back, or having to lay people off as a result of that. So there is some concern in that process, but I think we've leveraged that to a point that we feel at least we can conservatively say we'll cover those gaps.
And so the board understands on the ESSER 3 topic, you know, we have heard some preliminary numbers as to what we will see. What we do not know is there a non-public share in that? And ultimately, what will be the allowable cost? We think it's going to be extremely similar to what we've seen in ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. But the other piece of that is ESSER 2, the actual county and state has created specific accounting budget lines for ESSER 2. They do not exist for ESSER 3, and we've been advised not to budget those funds.
I was just going to add, James, in a similar idea, like the ESSER funds are for, I mean, if we think about today's conversation, the conversations we've had over the last 12 months, you know, expenditures look really different in a school system, like plexiglass, like we would never think about even spending that. So it's not just a gift that anybody's giving us, certainly our expenses and how we intend to provide support services for students and all of that, you know, good work we did with our HVAC systems and so on. You know, that is the intent of that money. It's not, you know, to make people feel good. It's to do the business of schooling, which has certainly been altered as a result of the pandemic. So, you know, there's opportunities there, but, you know, part of it is like for the first time in a long time, you know, when schools are required to do exceptional things, there is some money to support that. If we think about our loss of rental revenue and so on, you know, there is some recapturing of that, but I would not consider it by any means, and I'm not saying anybody has, but like, it's not just like an addition to our budget.
I have a question. James, thank you to you and your staff first for all of the work you know, that you've all put into this, as well as highlighting the state aid numbers and the upward trajectory on that chart that has been and hopefully, excuse me, will continue to take. The community forum that we held on state funding and advocacy that you mentioned seems like years ago to me, but I think, you know, it's was and will continue to be an important thing for all of us to, you know, be mindful of. But my question is regarding staffing. You had mentioned that, you know, staffing, and as we talked about in the budget workshop, was kind of the last remaining hurdle, or the big hurdle to see if those additional staffing requests that still remained at that round could be reallocated or reduced. And I believe there were about 6 positions that you know, still made it through in that last round, all either paraprofessionals or special ed teachers. Can you share some detail around that as to like either how the positions were reallocated or if any of those new positions still remain in the budget?
So I can share some information, and I'll ask, you know, Carol, Dr. McCartney, Dave Tate, and even Dr. Gibson to potentially jump in here. The positions that still remain within the budget, we do have an LDTC, the adjustment of a 0.9 to 1.0. And then we do have a position in technology that still remains, but was adjusted to part-time. Outside of that, all the other positions were identified. We had identified adjustments within already existing resources of how we could reallocate those and cover those positions.
Thanks. And then I don't know if there's, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dave, I know some of those were special education positions. That often is one of the places that grows. And I know you pain over that and sort of trying to figure out and anticipate our needs. You mentioned each year that most of the annual reviews don't happen until post budget. So maybe talk a little bit from that point, and then Carol, anything directly related to instruction, and Dr. Gibson, maybe you can sum up.
Sure. I thank you, Dr. McCartney and Mrs. Dahl. Let me start by saying that we did have a couple of teaching positions at the secondary level that we were able to fill from within. So, you know, looking at, you know, what our needs would be for the upcoming year, we were able to reduce in some grades, and, you know, we'll be able to make some adjustments so we're able to fill all of the new spots that we needed. Similar situation with paraprofessionals.
Just to add on to that, we did ask for some support for basic skills, reading and math support at the K-6 level. And James was able to use ESSER funds to use that, so that's not in the budget. It's good news and bad news. We've been looking for this support for many, many years at the lower levels to try to reach as many students as possible or needed. That's a good news. The bad news is it would be funded by the grant money and not in the budget. And so therefore it would be a temporary position, at least this year. If we get the money that President Biden has promised school districts and comes our way, potentially we could have 2 years with it. But if we see that we do need that need futuristically, those positions will be needed to be added to the actual budget itself. So that was the instructional impact at the moment, and we've been able to save it thanks to James and his outside the box thinking. But it's not going to support us long term. It's really going to be a short term fix for the moment.
Thank you.
We did a reallocation of staff from existing staff to retirement spots. And we did some because of enrollment, reduced some classes and able to use those staff to put into positions that we need to fill as well too. Therefore, we had no need to bring in new hires at this point.
And the remaining staff member that, you know, in terms of a significant expense is the IT position. And the IT position really was in response to the exponential growth in support needs for technology across the district, particularly as we've, you know, broached the process for learning at home and what that looks like moving forward, along with additional communications on our website. So that's a position that we still felt we have not grown that department in all of the management of this, and just they're beyond capacity. So that's something we wanted to support.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions? I just have a couple of, one, it's nice to see, as James and Andrea mentioned, that our community forum on fair funding actually paid off, and we did get additional state aid. So hopefully, fingers crossed, this resolution on chapter 44 will have a similar impact. So that was great to hear. I do want to, the courtesy busing discussion is probably going to have an impact on families. So if that goes through, I'm wondering, you know, when we would let families know how that impacts them.
Yeah, sure. So certainly we can put out communications that details that further in a mile high point of view, not to use a pun, but from the standpoint of how transportation works, is there's courtesy busing limits that the state sets where we are not required to provide transportation. Our board in the last number of years has had a lesser diameter than what the state requires. So over the last several years, we've discussed whether or not we could continue to provide that. And this year, particularly as we looked at some of the parameters and some of the challenges, we determined that given the utilization of transportation, if there was a year perhaps to make that shift or change, this may be that. And then that saves the district approximately, James, was it 120,000, somewhere in that ballpark?
125.
So that those funds then, you know, are expenses that we don't have because we can lessen the number of stops and runs and potentially the needs that we have within transportation. So it's obviously, you know, a challenging conversation, but all we would be doing is then moving towards the accept the guidelines that exist for schools, which most seem to apply at the levels set by the state. So it's unfortunate, but at the same time, it's a place that we can go that we think will have, you know, limited impact, but obviously for those that use transportation within that 2 mile or 2.5 mile radius, it obviously would have impact. And we'll communicate that to which families it would impact, ultimately budgets passed with that information still in it.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I know this is a conversation we've been having for years and years, trying to hold on to this. So many districts haven't had this for years, but, you know, just in terms of the families that it will affect, that would be great once this is all said and done to communicate that. Would be great. Any other questions from board members on the budget? I guess not. Well, thank you so much, especially James. I know this has been for you and your staff a huge lift as usual on top of COVID. So we kind of made it like it was a little thing, but we know how huge it is. So we appreciate that. And all of the administration, I know you all worked really hard on this throughout the last few months. So thank you for that.
Thank you. So that does then conclude my report.
Okay, that sounds good. I actually said that the student board reps could have the night off tonight because I anticipated a long night and I didn't want them to sit through this. As much as we love having them, they will be back next month. I just didn't want to take up too much of their time, especially if they have lots of work I'm sure they are doing right now. So we are ready for board committee reports. I guess we could start with curriculum, maybe, Mark Snyder.
Sure. I couldn't find the mute. So in the vein of brevity and many of the things that we had talked about being addressed earlier tonight, we met on March 15th, and it was Carol Butler, Sandra Alberti, McWeeks, Lauren Romano, and myself. Not to sort of steal Carol's thunder for next month, but we did talk about what she was going to talk about. And the high level things that I think are worth sort of mentioning, sort of trying to make sense of how we can think about our students and how their overall well-being is at this point in the year, beyond grades, and looking at the many of the other things, and sort of how are we sort of, thinking about that whole process. And then looking at the various opportunities for future student engagement that she mentioned earlier. So in the spring, and then what the summer engagement opportunity would look like, what the invitation criteria would be, and how it would really be focused on a much more holistic approach to sort of really address all the students' needs, and not specific to academics. But we looked at that, and obviously it will now be inclusive of the third marking period next month. The other things that we talked about were the March 12th professional development that staff had last week, which was very successful and well attended and well received. Some of the highlight, there were lots of opportunities for staff to engage in very specific instructional enrichment. There was professional learning for supports of students of different kinds, and there was some self-care opportunities as well for staff. The only other thing that we mentioned that wasn't talked about earlier tonight was that Baker is doing the One Book, One School, which is an opportunity for the entire school to read the same book. They are reading Humphrey's Playful Puppy Problem, and it's an opportunity to have like a shared experience for the whole school with lots of activities that are planned both at home and at school. So that's it. Any questions?
Thanks, Mark. Actually, something that came up, I think it was the South Valley Home and School meeting. My days are all mixed up, but in terms of SEL and just how the impact is going to be on students, even coming back in September, there was a lot of discussion on that. And I think maybe that's something just in curriculum to keep in mind potentially with any ESSER funds coming up, maybe, take a look at that SEL piece, because not just academically being concerned, but even social emotionally, like how are students going to react when they're actually back in school, and how are, kind of addressing those SEL issues is something, even if we need to put some funding aside for that, just something to keep in mind.
And if I can add, Mrs. Shaw, not only for next year, but we have students who will be coming back into the building for the first time Monday. So we'll be looking out for them as well.
Yes, very good point. Thanks, Dave. Okay, next, David for finance and operations, although we did cover a lot of it. But...
We covered a lot of it, yeah, and I'm not going to go back. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. So we met twice, actually, once yesterday and once on March 8th. I'm going to go through the March 8th first, relatively quickly. At that meeting were myself, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Villanueva, Mr. Weeks, Dr. McCartney, Ms. Butler, Mr. Hurley, Mr. Heisler, Mr. Airy, and Dr. Tate. So what we discussed summer rentals, which went into this year's budget, but we're at a point now where we want to make sure we're breaking even and not really losing money on our rentals with the Township Rec Department. So we're looking at over the summer possibly moving around how we're going to limit the access to some of our school buildings and try to consolidate so that we don't lose money and that we're able, because we can place some of our buildings into an unoccupied mode, which will save us money on operating those buildings. Nobody will be in them. Keep the temperatures higher, reducing our utility costs, saving some additional monies for the upcoming year. And we're going to see if we can just run all programs out of 3 buildings, the WAMs, UES, and the high school, and not run out of the elementary schools. We'll see how it goes, see if we can do it. We don't know, but we're going to look at doing it. And if we can, we'll place the elementaries into an unoccupied mode over the summer, try to save some money there. Middle school athletics, as is on for tonight, is going to be moving forward. So we are going to be transporting in-house, and the stipends are on tonight's agenda. We had discussion about Chapter 44. We're waiting for a legal opinion from from the Comegno Law Group, and once we receive that, we'll have a little better understanding what we can do with Chapter 44 and how we can proceed, and we'll go from there. Food service, we did well. We had a $44,000 profit in the month of January. We're up to about $130,000 for the current year. So thank you to everybody who's using our food and take-home services. And when your students, even when they return, you can still take their lunches and they can just eat them at home. We talked about the reentry for 2021. We're putting, that all went into the budget this year, so I'm not going to go heavily into that discussion. The 2021-2022 budget, we had a long presentation. I'll skip past that portion of our discussion as well. And that brought us to our meeting that we had yesterday, which is really just a precursor to today's meeting, understanding how the gaps that were left from the May 8th meeting to yesterday were closed by James and Dr. McCartney and the rest of our administration, so that we could get to a point where we could present the budget that was presented to you tonight. If there's any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Jack, for policy.
Thank you, Karen. So policy met on March 1st. The committee members in attendance were myself, Mark Villanueva, Lauren Romano, and Drea Law. 4 policies are on tonight's agenda for first reading. Policy 6470.01 is electronic funds transfer and claimant certification. This is a new subsection of existing policy to allow the use of electronic funds transfer by our BA. It applies primarily to referendums, as most other transactions have different payment methods, but there's a couple of minor uses that will be critical for him. It's a statutory alteration that's mandatory. Policy 7510, use of school facilities. A new statute now requires persons using or renting our school facilities to be informed of school safety procedures. Policy 8561, procurement of procedures for school nutritional programs. This is another statutory requirement for us to adopt, and it specifies procurement contract obligations. It wants specific language when we're obtaining our nutrition contract with our food provider. And finally, we discussed 1648, which is the restart and recovery plan. Really, we were discussing procedures necessary to move forward with all of this other discussion on 5-day in-person classes. No changes to 4 through 12 until the schedules were shared. So our policy meeting occurred prior to our workshop and prior to the board meeting. So on tonight's agenda for this policy, it just represents K through 3 changes and not the changes for 4 through 12, which were just presented. Those changes will be picked up between now and second reading, which is at the next board meeting. Our next policy meeting is April 12th.
And thanks, Jack. One question. Have you guys looked at the busing? Because I know that part of the budget's going to be the policy we have regarding busing and distances. If you haven't, that's fine. You're probably going to need to pick that up.
Yeah, we had not, David, because we didn't have that budget meeting until after our policy meeting, so it wasn't proposed yet.
It will be on the agenda for the next month's meeting though, Dave.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Jack. Any other questions for Jack? I don't think so. Drea, do you want to do communications update?
Sure. I did not get the meeting minutes out ahead of time, so I apologize, but I'll be brief since I know we want to get on to public comments. We met on February 24th, and it was myself, Karen Shaw, and Sandra Alberti. COVID communications, we spent quite a bit of time talking about the evolving school models and questions and communication needs surrounding that. We touched on the K-3 survey results, which at that point were still coming in, but of course, that's now been shared during the last board workshop. We had some conversations around other district communication. So, an example I know that has been referred to a couple of times is often the Haddonfield plan. And so we talked a little bit about that. And in that case, may likely have been linked to having the benefit of a full-time communication specialist on staff. But we, kind of bounced around some ideas related to that. We talked about the need for a focused additional discussion outside of the board meeting on continuing the reopening discussion and plan, which of course resulted in the special board workshop that we held March 4th. And then also the possibility of having a COVID dashboard on the website, which we need to look into a little bit. The community forum engagement series follow-up work in conjunction with the ad hoc committee is ongoing. We are meeting with the facilitator from the last session later this month to talk about our subcommittee work and how to tie it all together, as well as how to link it with our current district equity plan. And then lastly, we mapped out an idea for recognizing all of the super important but often invisible work going on every day behind the scenes by our various departments, such as food service, transportation, technology, custodial, et cetera, which we're hoping to share at the next couple of board meetings as we round out the end of the school year. So more to come on that. And then our next meeting will be on March 24th.
Great, thanks, Drea. Sandra, do we have an ad hoc committee? I'm losing track. I'm not sure if we met.
So I can just give an update, and I shared with the board members that I did reach out to Claire Miller, who was our consultant that helped with the community engagement forum. Each of the subcommittees has shared with her where they stand right now with indicators of success, as well as a learning agenda and what some action plans might be. I did share with her the obvious transition that our district is going through, and we talked about whether, what that means for a strategic plan, and that it was the intent, I thought, that we would keep on going, that this wasn't a need to pause, and that actually, as Claire and I discussed it, a good opportunity for the, we've heard from the community in the community engagement forum about like priorities and things that we could certainly feed into a search process for what we are looking for in a candidate. And so, to recognize and honor, I think where half of the community has expressed their interests that this would be a good time. She is going to have a meeting with all of us to talk about facilitation of the subcommittees going forward. The consideration is, rather than having a strategic plan that we hand off to a new chief school administrator, we have a list of priorities, and we could work with that new candidate to kind of develop a strategic plan for the district, but that should not prevent us from taking any action steps this year. And so to the degree that any of the subcommittees have actionable items that we could move forward on this year, that we should go ahead and start thinking about identifying those. And so that will be the facilitation that will happen in the next round of engagements with the subcommittees. And I think that there is a plan, and we can talk about this in both communications and with the ad hoc committee, to kind of bookend the community engagement forum with kind of a reporting out of where each of the subcommittees landed in that regard.
Great, thanks, Sandra. Now for off-board committees, we actually have Georgine Wardzinski is here. Actually, she was just going to report. She is the vice president of MEF. And instead of, I am the liaison, as well as Lauren Romano, but she's going to make a guest appearance. I believe we have her on to talk a little bit about MEF and all the great things. It is a support organization. I've been a part of it for some of the years that I wasn't even on the board. It's a great organization that supports the schools. But I will let Georgine, see if she's on or not.
I'm here.
Oh, there she is. And I love working with Georgine. So go ahead.
Okay, I'm here representing the MEF, and particularly not for the school board report, but also for those who are here attending the meeting today. MEF is a 501c3 volunteer organization, and basically we focus on supporting the district through both innovative programs and initiatives to continue the excellence in our schools. That being said, as a volunteer organization, we're always looking for people to join our group, both on committees as well as trustees at large. And we're currently in a position where we're reaching out to the community to say, you know, if you're interested in it, working with the schools to be able to have some hands-on looking at the teacher grants and also school initiatives at the school levels. We recently have done programs in the high school, the green room and the video program was a major one. We've done different science programs. But if you're interested in trying to enhance the education of our students and are interested in potentially talking to someone, considering either working on a committee level or even as a trustee, we're looking for people with marketing, communications, social media. We have a golf outing. If you would like to work on the fundraiser, that's our annual fundraiser. If you have any interest, the Morristown Education Foundation .org is our website. On the website, there's a contact sheet, or you can contact us via email at mef@mtps.org or .com. I'm sorry, .com, and fill out, and we will gladly respond. But we would welcome anyone who is interested in continuing to support the schools through the foundation. Thank you, Karen.
No problem. Thank you so much, Georgine. Yes, if anyone's interested, it's a great volunteer opportunity. So I'm sure MEF would love to have you. Any other school board, off-board committee reports from any board members? Nope, it's not. That's great. I guess we are ready for public comment. So can I please have a motion to open public comment?
So moved. Mick?
Thanks, Mick.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. So when we move into public comment, when your name is called, please unmute yourself and state your name and address. You will have 3 minutes to speak. As a new process, I'm going to try to keep to the 3 minutes. I do have a timer, maybe with hopefully if my buzzer works, anticipating a lot of comments today. So just trying to remind the speaker to wrap up their comments once the beep happens. As you know, this isn't necessarily a question and answer period, and it's always best to follow up with an email if you have a specific question. Please also do not address board members individually. And additionally, please be respectful of our administration. They have been working tirelessly for our students, whether you agree with some of the decisions that are made or not, but they really do have nothing but the best intentions. So we can begin with Andrea Lawson, if you want to unmute and state your name and address.
Hi, Andrea Lawson, 781 Garwood Road. Thank you for the plan presented tonight. I'm disappointed the plans were prepared without consulting Dr. Rubin from CHOP as suggested at the budget workshop last week. For those who don't know, Dr. Rubin is the director of the Policy Lab at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. He is a lead investigator on Policy Lab's COVID-19 forecasting and the lead author in school reopening guidance. I've seen multiple webinars presented by Dr. Rubin and his team. Dr. Rubin has been consulting with districts in safely reopening schools at reduced distancing. Unfortunately, our district did not leverage his expertise. Dr. McCartney and Mrs. Shaw stated they would consult with medical experts in the reopening plans. Several of our district community physicians were invited to participate in a meeting with the union, Board of Education and Administration, but the district postponed the meeting. A meeting with healthcare professionals is an important step in the reopening plan that has been omitted by our district to date. It is important for our teachers, staff, and parents to understand the risks and dispel any misinformation or propaganda being disseminated in regards to reopening 5 full days. It is important for the teachers' buy-in and to feel validated in the reopening process. The explanation I received when inquired why the meeting was canceled is, quote, "We felt it made sense to postpone the meeting in anticipation of new guidance coming out shortly," end quote. This explanation demonstrates the missed point of the meeting altogether. This meeting with physicians was to help educate and inform union members, parents, and administration on COVID concerns. The explanation implies more of the let's wait and see approach, which causes further delay in reopening. Instead of being solution seekers, we are yet again paralyzed with inaction. I, as I'm sure many others, have provided the Board of Education with a study published by Oxford University with Infectious Disease Society of America 2021. Titled Effectiveness of 3 versus 6 feet of Physical Distancing for Controlling Spread of COVID-19 Among Primary and Secondary Students and Staff. The study concludes lower physical distancing policies can be adopted in school setting with masking mandates without negatively impacting student or staff safety. It does not say 3 feet plus mask and a second mask or a shield. It says you can go as low as 3 feet with the mask. I reject the Board of Education, administration, and union members' continued efforts to make up mitigation strategies not recommended by the DOH, DOE, CDC. Face masks worn simultaneously with face shields in a school setting is not recommended by any governing agency. Double masking is not recommended by any governing agency. We're talking about a setting of teachers and students, not infectious disease doctors, not critical care doctors, not neurosurgeons. We're talking about teachers and students. People can opt for more protection independently of the Board of Ed mandating it. Please stop making up strategies that are not based on science. You are the ones standing in the way of moving our district forward. I question the motives to canceling an opportunity to learn more about COVID. Why should I have any confidence that the district is making competent decisions when they refuse to meet with actual physicians? I'm here to ask the Board of Ed to reject the additional mitigation of wearing face shields along with masks or double masks, especially in light of the district's achievements of other mitigation steps like the HVAC upgrades. I'm here to ask the Board of Education to reinstate the meeting to speak with physicians. Time is of the essence. And I also just want to point out—
Time is up, Ms. Lawson. I'm sorry, so if you could wrap it up, that would be great.
Okay, there's a doctor named Dr. Slaui, S-L-A-U-I, who was involved in Operation Warp Speed. He just recently spoke at a district near us in regards to the development of the COVID vaccine. And I please encourage you, educate your staff, educate them. There are options available. We could be open full time. Other districts are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, I'm assuming this is Jill Macaluso, not Nola.
It is, yep, sorry, on my daughter's iPad, Jill Macaluso, 800 Golfview Road. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Let me start by saying that I believe that schools can safely reduce social distancing below 6 feet with universal mask wearing. My assessment is based on facts and data. These plans are very complicated plans and certain parts don't make logical sense to me. But most importantly, it's not clear to me what facts and data the board is basing these important decisions on. It really feels like there's a lot of subjective feelings and opinions that are being catered to. The guidelines from CDC, DOH, and DOE are just that. They're guidelines, not requirements. And they clearly recognize that schools may need to reduce social distancing to less than 6 feet. We already have the latitude we need to reduce distancing. This is not a subjective interpretation that I am making. It is a fact. It is also a fact that none of these federal or state agencies require additional mitigation in the form of an additional physical barrier, such as plexiglass, face shields, double masks, or goggles. Dr. McCartney, you keep saying to talk to the governor, but this is your decision. In response to my public comment at the budget workshop last week, you stated clearly that these decisions about additional mitigation are ultimately the will of the district, and went on to say that neither the DOH or the DOE are requiring MTPS to implement additional mitigation. It was my understanding that you decided to require an additional physical barrier, one, to address the staff safety and comfort that you talked about tonight, and two, because the preponderance of schools are reducing distance that are reducing distancing are putting in place an additional physical barrier. As mentioned by Andrea Lawson, we have asked the board and administration to consult with medical experts to obtain guidance on whether an additional physical barrier provides a medical benefit. There was that meeting that Andrea spoke of with the MEA, MAA, and medical professionals, but it was postponed in anticipation of this updated guidance. I too was disappointed because it could have helped the district make fact-based decisions and develop reasonable plans that address the safety concerns of all important stakeholders like teachers, staff, the union, and last but not least, our children. With regard to the preponderance of other schools, this morning I started looking around for other schools that are reducing social distancing policies below 6 feet and whether or not they are requiring additional physical barrier beyond a mask. I learned of several public schools that are back for 5 days of in-person learning, less than 6 feet, and no additional physical barrier. These include Haddonfield, Flemington, Cherry Hill, Robbinsville, and West Deptford. I also heard of a lot of schools successfully using trifold portable plexiglass as an additional low-cost physical barrier, like Maple Shade and Burlington City. Dr. McCartney, I know at the budget meeting you said they will fall off the desk easily, but let's weigh that downside against the downsides of face shields, goggles, and double masks. Of note, Haddonfield is not using plexiglass desk shields when they reduce desk spacing to 4 feet. You can find the details, like I sent them to the Board of Education this afternoon, on their website. I too would like to better understand what Mr. Villanueva asked about why, if we are reducing distancing below 6 feet, why are we sticking at 5 feet? What is the difference between 5, 4, and 3 based on? Is it based on science? Choosing 5 feet seems so silly and illogical since it results in the greatest disruption to students with changes in teachers and satellite rooms.
Jill, if you could please wrap it up.
Sure.
3 minutes, thank you.
No problem. I ask that the board make fact-based decisions. Please reconsider the requirement for an additional physical barrier. Please do ask the schools to look at the upsides of reducing distancing to 3 or 4 feet. And if you do end up approving a plan with an additional physical barrier, please set a clear milestone where it will be revisited, notably upon vaccination of all staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Next up is Melissa Burns.
Hi, everyone. Melissa Arcaro Burns, 8 Brooks Road. We have been remote since the beginning for medical reasons. I have a medically fragile child. We have not made any changes to that. However, my second grader at South Valley will now have a new teacher with less than 3 months of school left. My third grader, who has special needs and was in an all remote class, will now have his third teacher of this year. We didn't want this change. We didn't ask for it. We simply asked to remain where we were, which was remote. Yet both of my boys now will effectively be starting this year again with new teachers with whom they have absolutely no relationship with. And I appreciate that there are people in town who want us to go back. And although I don't agree with it, I'm trying very hard to be respectful with what I say and my actions. And I'm trying to understand that perspective the best that I can. It does feel, though, like the perspective of the remote students is absolutely non-existent anymore, and that we are an afterthought. And that becomes clearer and clearer, frankly, every time I attend a BOE meeting anymore and I listen to the comments. Along these lines, I also have a high school senior, and forgive me if I missed it. I just am interested to know if there will be any changes to her schedule or her teachers? Or is this another, like, we'll wait and see and maybe it'll be mixed up? Or is the policy, or whatever you want to call it, that those students will retain their same schedule and same teachers? That's my only question.
Thanks, Melissa.
Do you want me to respond?
Sure.
Mrs. Burns, no, we do not believe that there will be any changes at the high school for schedule and or teachers based on the way that they've set up their instruction from the beginning of the school year. It was an unusual circumstance at South Valley, so I apologize for it affecting both of your boys there.
Thank you, Carol. Next is Amy Barton.
Hello, my name is Amy Barton, 145 West Maple. I have a 7th grader and an 11th grader who has had an IEP since he was 2.5 years old. I have a statement and I have a couple questions. First, I'd like to sincerely thank the board and administrators and Dr. McCartney for all you've done to get us where we are today. The level of volunteerism is extraordinary. And while we may not all agree on every detail, and there are a lot of outstanding questions, it takes a special kind of human being and passion for children and education to do what you are all doing. And I am very grateful, as many parents are who can't attend these meetings. My question applies to all children, but with full disclosure, I'm always representing SPEAK as well. We are a parent advocacy group for those who might not know. And I have very specific concerns for children within our special needs population that really must be voiced. Sandra Alberti and Drea Law said it best here tonight. Keeping humanity at the forefront really matters. But I would also ask that you keep inclusion at the forefront. It is also very critical for the social and emotional learning for all of our students, especially general education students. It's important to point out that with true inclusion, we are not doing a favor for students and children with special needs to include them. We are doing a service for all students in the district. Empathy, respect, compassion, flexibility, and grace are helpful to every student learning in our schools. That is humanity at its finest. Ideally, I'd like to request that the board include a member of the SPEAK Executive Board to be included for any reentry committees. We were excluded previously, and I think it is critical that our voice is heard. We must actively work to mitigate the potential erosion around inclusive education as we prepare for reentry and the new school year in September. It cannot be an afterthought. With that said, I appreciate the time and attention Dr. Tate gives not only to speak formally in our meetings, but to the parents individually. And the child study team members are often the unsung heroes for parents and especially our students with special needs. You are there every day for our kids. So my questions are, knowing some children are very challenged with making quick adjustments, how much time and by what method will students be informed of a location change to a satellite room, and who makes that determination? Also, will parents be informed in Genesis that their student was relocated? It does affect their learning and could require adjustments at home to ensure that our students didn't miss any content, especially students with IEPs. Finally, will children who have been asked to change teachers be given any special counseling around the complications with developing those new relationships with their teachers and potentially new students? Thank you.
Amy, I think just quickly, I think the answer to most of that is yes, but I'll defer to Dave and or principals. I know there is some plan for moving forward with who on any given day based on attendance might have to shift or move. But that's something I know the principals can push out more specifically in their communications in the next couple of days.
Thank you, Dr. McCartney, and thank you, Mrs. Barton. All really, really great questions that we have been discussing over the past several days. Me and the principals, case managers, and supervisors. So thank you. We don't have answers to all of them yet, but certainly we are working towards, making sure we have a system whereby, students who are getting moved to the satellite, that we're making sure that we're taking care of the learning piece. As far as identification, Ms. Butler may have more information about that. I think from what I recall, we weren't necessarily going to inform the parents, but of course, case manager will be involved for students with IEPs, and we can certainly make sure that we're making any sort of, individual modifications, that we can and that we do, and we will continue to do that. Let me just see if there was another one I missed here.
Maybe if I can, while you're looking at that, Ms. Burton, thank you. And I know Ms. Heckle just jumped on. We've talked to the principals at large about how we're going to handle students with IEPs, and we will take every precaution we can to support and protect them as best we can. Our goal is to keep as many students in the regular classroom as safely possible and use the satellite rooms as the least amount as possible. That does change day to day. It will change period to period depending on the location of the school and where we are. We will make sure that case managers are involved in any conversations that are happening at the building level so they can communicate to parents as needed. But our goal is to do this as safely as possible for the students, for our staff, and obviously for parents as we continue to the rest of the school year. Ms. Hackle, I don't know if you want to jump in further, but that's kind of what we have talked about at a higher level.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Addressing special ed teachers at South Valley specifically, they did not change. So if special ed students did need to change classroom teachers, unfortunately, in the perfect storm that my third grade happened, and Melissa Arcado Burns' son was caught up in that perfect storm. So he did change his general education classroom teacher, his special ed teacher, and the other students that needed to change, a total of 8 students in third grade that needed to change teachers. Not all special ed, 4 of those 8 were special ed. Their special ed teachers did not change. So in addition to supporting those students, Mrs. Iannucci did reach out to those students. I personally called most of the families, and Mrs. Iannucci is setting up a Google Meet to have like a little special lunch with returning back, changing teachers, how you feeling, just to check in with those students. So she's not only doing that with special ed, but she's doing that with students that are changing teachers in general.
Great, thanks everyone for the clarifications. Next up is Tom Blanche. I'm going to unmute and state your name and address.
Yes, thank you very much. Bill Blanche, 325 Springhouse Lane, Morristown. Just, I'm going to talk off the cuff here as opposed to a prepared speech. Frustrated parent. This COVID has been going on for more than a year now. So this is not, we're not in the middle of this pandemic. We're towards the end of it. So we need to build for our children's future. I've walked into many different places, Wegmans, Home Depot. Rarely do you see somebody wearing 2 masks. Rarely do I see goggles unless we're at a pool. And then you got face shields. Nobody's doing that. And raise your hand if you are, because nobody's doing that. So to expect kids, and if you can show me the science where they're spreaders in buildings, then I would be fine with that. They're not spreading this disease. They're not spreading this flu. So tonight, all I heard was documentation and evidence of how we can prevent the flu from happening, as opposed to what we've already done, which is the kids have gone 2 days a week, cohort yellow, cohort black. I want to see the evidence of the numbers of which nobody's getting this disease or spreading it in our buildings. I'd like to see that evidence. And you have an overwhelming majority of parents that want kids back in school. Okay, other districts have done it. Private sector has done it. It's time to move forward. These numbers, half of this meeting tonight is focusing on the negative of COVID, or people patting each other on the back about how great and how hard they've worked. If we work that hard, our kids will be back in school full time. Lunch, recess. I'm a coach. I coach my kids around town. Nobody's wearing masks. These kids are sweating on each other. I mean, come on, guys. We got to get it together. This is the only sector of our society which is ruining our kids socially. Right? The only thing keeping our kids alive right now socially is sports. Aside from that, they're on screens all day. They want to play Fortnite. They want to be around their friends socially, right? School does that. Recess does that. They can play sports. They can't go out on a recess playground. Now they got to wear goggles. Are you kidding me with goggles? Face shields? Go into Home Depot, go into restaurants, and go into any other sector of society. Nobody's doing that. Show me the science where kids are spreading this flu. It's a strain of a flu. Show me the science where that's happening, and then we can discuss further. But aside from that, this is a first step, and I appreciate the fact that we can get these guys back 5 days. Socially, it's beneficial for them. But there is no evidence saying that they should not be back full time. No evidence showing us. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
I'll wrap it up, Karen. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Just 5 days, to Mr. Villanueva's point, lunch, right? We can eat in society, but we can't eat at school. It's time to move forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next is Allison E.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So thanks. I have 3 points here, and I just wanted to kind of piggyback off the last speaker, Jill and Andrea, around the study that was done that unfortunately looks like it was not taken into consideration. It was published on March 10th, looking a 16-week study for over 500,000 students and almost 100,000 staff in the Massachusetts Public School District, where they concluded that between 3 and 6 feet of universal masking, again, reiterating no goggles, no face shield, no extraneous other apparatus to attach to our children, during a day for 5+ hours while they breathe into double masks, wetting a mask that basically makes it ineffective in any kind of virus catching ability. But concluding again that lower physical distancing policies can be adopted into school settings with masking mandates without negatively impacting students or staff. They can do it safely. So I think, I have a couple of questions around, how many school transmissions within our school district here have been student to student, teacher to student, student to teacher, have been documented within our school district. So what is making it so unsafe that we need to now wear, 15 different layers of additional paraphernalia to get our kids through a 5-hour school day? So I reject the claim that we need to, arm our kids up with additional paraphernalia to get them in school 5 days. I also have I have 2 questions on curriculum. So I know we've been focused on getting back to school, but then also there's been significant changes in curriculum from the state of New Jersey. And I haven't heard how the board is going to be addressing that. So specifically, one of them is going to be changes in the curriculum for sex ed. So this is going to be providing additional guidance to, within the sex ed realm and study that, addressing that, new standards that options for pregnancy, specifically abortion, introducing anal sex to our 8th grade students, 13-year-old children, 14-year-old children, sexual orientation, gender identity, sexual harassment and violence, consent. So I haven't heard any of the board members or our superintendent discuss that. And then lastly, with the legalization of marijuana in the state of New Jersey and the prohibiting nature of police to inform their parents if they're caught with marijuana or for a first-time offense, what is the impact that the school district has in notifying parents giving them their legal and God-given right as a parent to intervene in any kind of, God forbid, any kind of, catching children with any kind of paraphernalia or drugs in the school and notifying the children or notifying their parents. So I'd appreciate your comments on those two particular curriculum items.
Thanks, Allison. Could you first give your last name and address?
Sure. Allison Euchre, 20 East Maple Avenue.
Great, thank you.
So from the curriculum point of view, I'll ask Carol to kind of chime in terms of our process with review of policy and how policy rolls into curriculum. So that can address those two specific areas. I know that that's a discussion, throughout the state and within each district, but also something that's rolled out from policy from whether it's the marijuana aspect in conversation or looking at sex education. Then with regard to the, school operations and, looking at social distancing, we have read the report that you speak to and others that kind of have alluded to that same conversation. And right now, within our understanding and our direction for it is that we're working from that 6 foot and less than 6 foot with mitigating conditions. And so these are the ones that we've employed to, through conversations with our staff, with other parents, trying to incorporate all of the needs of students to make sure students, families feel safe, staff feel safe. And again, we understand that those conditions may change. Right now in New Jersey, they haven't taken that same position with regard to 6 foot versus 3 foot. And that was really my request to the Board of Education and or, others is to, push that forward because that's a change at the governor's level as it has been with some of the other states as they've moved forward. So it's good information. We've shared it, we've utilized it, we've considered it in part of the process, but determined that with less than 6 feet, we wanted to include other mitigating circumstances or other mitigations to move forward. Carol, if you want to jump on the other two.
Yeah, sure, oh, sure, Scott, no problem. I got the easy ones. You got the hard one. You got the easy one. I got the hard ones. No, I'm just kidding. No, so I'm sorry, I don't mean to joke about it, but we have been working with the state. The state has produced new guidelines for health and PE, for fine and performing arts, and also for history. Our content supervisors have been working with the state over the last several months, learning about the new requirements and the new standards and what is expected of us. We have already instituted some of the changes that you mentioned in our curriculum. The LGBTQ curriculum was supposed to be updated by the beginning of this school year. That was mandated 2 years ago to be in effect by the start of September of this school year. So that has already been included into our health curriculum. Some of the other ones that you mentioned are definitely new for us. I kind of do feel that sometimes, health and PE, I've said this conversation many times, the state likes it to be a dumping ground. They've also added financial literacy and personal finance into the health curriculum, as well as some of the ones that you mentioned. On Friday, we just had a professional development day, and our supervisor, Mr. Sean Kennard of PE and health, met with our PE teachers to kind of go over what the new expectations are. We will look into them further and look into how we could integrate what is required of us in our curriculum for future years. I believe we have up to 2 years to make that transition into what's been required, but we are following state guidelines. As far as marijuana, I have had a conversation with Mr. Seibel before. I don't know if he's still on. He might jump on after me, but in conversation with him, as far as marijuana is concerned, the school board, the board sitting before you today, has a policy on drugs, including alcohol. Marijuana would fall under that drugs, even though it's legal. It's considered, it'd be similar to cigarettes, even though I know it's not similar to cigarettes. As a school standpoint, we do have a policy and procedure in place. Should a student be on school grounds smoking cigarettes and or marijuana or vaping, we would follow our guidelines along that path, which communication to parents would be part of that communication. There'd be social points associated with that. And so I don't foresee that we would be changing any of that. If we need to, we can relook at that law once the marijuana law becomes legal in New Jersey, and we'll send it to the policy committee to update, and we'll have both WAMS and the high school look at it to see if it contradicts what is already currently in our books. But I don't think at the moment we plan to not communicate to parents because all of our students are underage, if that helps answer that question.
Great. Thank you. Next up is Peter Macaluso.
Thanks, Karen.
Sure.
I just want to clarify one thing before I talk very briefly. Despite what may have been officially recorded in the minutes or what was said at the board meeting or what the board members may have understood, I can tell you that there are dozens, if not hundreds of parents who understood that the 50% return to indoor dining was 100% a trigger for a return to lunch for our students. That was made abundantly clear in many settings, both private and at other events like home and school meetings. We asked that we plan for that event when it happened so that when it did happen, we would be ready to go. Now it's happened and we're saying we're not doing it. And literally no explanation has been given other than it's not something we're going to do. It was raised at the February board meeting that certain students, I believe in high school, not my kids, could have done it back in February. And here we are, another commitment to the community that many people took as a commitment and we're just ignoring it. So I just want you to understand how badly that reflects on this administration, because we were told to wait to 50%, we waited, and now literally nothing is being done. 6 weeks ago, I was at a home and school meeting roughly 6 weeks ago with my wife, and Dr. McCartney said there would be no change to anyone's plans for the students this year other than K through 3 may go back 5 days a week after spring break. Fast forward today. In that time, we have K through 3 going back 5 days a week on Monday, and we have a plan for every other student to go back 5 days a week on April 19th. That's tremendous progress. But what it took to get from that 6 weeks ago to where we are today has tore apart this community, was completely unnecessary if this administration and this board had done its job. It never had to get to this point. It has consumed every minute of my life and my wife's life in the last 6 weeks, free minute we have had. And I know that it has consumed every minute of everyone on this call as well. And things have been said that are, you would never want to hear said. My point is, we were told in February we could only do one thing and it couldn't be done till April 19th. Now we've done about 50 different things and we're starting it on March 22nd. This board has to do self-reflection and say, how did we let that happen? But for the hundreds and hundreds of parents and people who got involved here, and some of the board members who took aggressive postures, and some of us who endured, being called things like child killer, we would never have gotten to here. So I hope that when we're interviewing new candidates, when you guys are doing the process for Dr. McCartney's replacement upon his retirement, you need to reflect and make sure that you guys take an active role from day one, because all of this was avoidable. We were asking for a plan for months and months and nothing came. Now, all of a sudden, we asked for a plan 2 weeks ago. We have a great plan, not one I agree with, but you at least have a plan. So I think it's a great failing. We've made amazing progress, but that's not something that we should be celebrating. We should be saying, how in February 1st were we saying we literally can do nothing except for 20% of our students and not until after spring break. And now all of a sudden like that, we've got a plan to get everyone back in school. That's something that needs to be reflected on. And when you hire a new superintendent, that's something that you need to keep in mind, your obligation to the community, and not defer to the superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Dennis Radke.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Radke. I live on 11 Wagon Bridge Run. First and foremost, I'm going to thank the teachers that put countless hours in prepping and preparing each and every school day. It could not have been an easy year, and I just want to let them know that their hard work doesn't go unnoticed. With that being said, I've looked at both the New Jersey Department of Health and the CDC websites as the superintendent and the administration continues to refer to. And I did not see one mention of the need for additional mitigation should the social distance in schools be reduced below the 6 foot threshold. I request that the administration provide concrete information and not just generic website links as to these guidelines that continue to be referred to. I've asked Dr. McCartney regarding the facts about in-school transmission, and he again referred me to the DOH website. We have nurses doing all of this contact tracing, and you are telling me that the district can't produce any evidence about in-school transmission rates, and yet people are nervous about going to school? How is that even possible? There's evidence out there, however, showing that other districts and private schools are having their kids in school without additional mitigation. Why does our district continue to insist on having it? Who is pushing for this additional mitigation? I highly doubt it's the parents. The surveys show that greater than 75% of the parents in the district want their kids back in school. Do you think that this percentage would change drastically if the additional mitigation wasn't required? I highly doubt it. I find it interesting that the survey never asked parents if their decision to come back for 5 days would hinge on additional mitigation efforts. I would think that most of the parents would choose the in-school option, would continue to do so without that additional mitigation. Secondly, the fact that bringing the students back to school for a full day with lunch isn't considered is truly disappointing. How can preliminary plans enter discussions for what would happen when the state allowed for 50% capacity not have happened to date? At the point that the state said that schools were exempt from the indoor dining restrictions, the administration and the Board of Education should have had some type of discussion regarding this issue. The fact that zero discussions have occurred only continues the perception that the administration and the majority of the board never had any intentions of bringing the kids back full-time this year. Although many of you may disagree, the term actions speak louder than words have never been more evident than what we have seen this past year. Why does it take an upswelling of anger from parents to have changes take place? If it wasn't for a group of concerned parents such as the Macalusos, we wouldn't even be having the kids prepping for a 5-day in-school week. We'd still be dealing with the status quo. Why must it take parents who have had enough with the lack of movement with the board and the administration have to stand up and state that enough is enough? When will the administration, the majority of the board, be more proactive in doing what's best for the kids? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Dawn Lusner.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Yes?
Yes.
My name is Dawn Lusner. I'm at 19 Windermere Drive. And I really hope you guys don't stay up till midnight again like last time, but I would like to just reiterate a couple other concerns that were earlier, that I share in the concerns expressed that these decisions do not seem to be rooted in science. I'm just sitting here as a parent. I have 2 high school children looking for logic, facts, and science. I appreciate Jill and Pete's efforts tremendously on this front, that they have taken it on themselves, and the many, many parents that have weighed in on both sides of this issue, because I do like to look at all the sides. My question is, why are we requiring a second form of personal mitigation when the CDC is on the cusp of reducing the social distancing recommendation with just a single mask? Science tells us that we can safely reopen the schools and that we do not have to require double PPE. The only physical barrier we need is a mask. Goggles and face shields have so many downsides, and there's not a measurable medical benefit. Dr. McCartney, I heard you say at the budget meeting that they're uncomfortable and interfere with hearing. They fog. I know that firsthand. I teach cycle classes at Lifetime Fitness. I wear a shield so the students can see me while I instruct, and it fogs after 5 minutes. I can't see anything, but it's more important that the students see me, so I deal with it. We're taking away 1 foot from the social distancing, from 6 to 5 is what I'm understanding from you guys. The only thing that I'm hearing is the reason for the extra PPE is to make staff feel more comfortable. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I am asking for a clear answer of why this mitigation is now being required. The facts, the science. If we move forward with additional forms of mitigation like you guys are suggesting tonight, where does it end? When does it get taken away? What is the clear path? I liked the slide that had the little road with the little signs and the cars. What is the target to remove that? Is it vaccinations for teachers? Is it the teachers wearing it themselves. If they want to wear it, why don't they wear it? Our kids are playing sports. Both my kids play sports. They're successfully playing sports all year without masks. Thank God they have some sort of normalcy, and they are fine, if you want to call it that. I don't see anything spreading from the sports. And again, please correct if we're wrong, but I hear these things and I'm looking at what's happening in the community, what's happening in the town, what's happening in other states where I have family. Delran has a tent outside for kids to eat lunch. Can we address that? Can we look at that? Can we think about having them go outside and eat lunch? That's a huge another step. But again, I'm happy that we're returning 5 half days if that gets approved, but I'm really concerned about the extra mitigation and the unnecessary answers that doesn't go with science. So can somebody please answer that?
Thanks, Dawn.
Karen, I'm not sure how to answer it differently. I think I've answered it a few times in that we've looked at staff needs and feedback, concerns from a blended group of parents across our schools, understanding that we've had from the Department of Health with regard to 6 foot being the standard, and with lessening 6 foot using mitigations, additional mitigation to offset as per the DOE's return to school plan and our interpretations on that. I'm not sure how to understand it differently. I clearly understand the position of those that are asking that question and repeating that. And we also would be encouraged if the state of New Jersey would move it from 6 to 3, or at least give clear guidance or direction on that. We'd be willing to move that forward. So I think that's the most I can offer you at this point. And I feel like I've said that a few times this evening.
Thank you. Colette, you're next.
Thank you for taking my comment. I have a couple of things that I wanted to comment on. First, I wanted to say that, I'm sorry right now, this is such a late meeting. The principals may not be on this call at this point, but this particular comment, I am thinking specifically for the principals who were doing the presentation for the 4 to 12 model. And basically what I wanted to speak to was when they're talking about the satellite rooms. And during that discussion, what was initially mentioned was that the teachers would be the ones making the decisions in terms of which students would be going to the satellite rooms. It didn't sound initially that it was going to be something that would be, sort of methodical, and it would be more so like more arbitrary. So I just wanted to bring to the attention of, if the principals are still on, or Carol Butler, as you work with, the schools more closely, just in terms of thinking about when we just allow for people making these types of decisions, what can, naturally take place, as we all have biases that occur. So I would ask that, that there be some intentionality, some discussion within the departments in terms of how they would actually approach that, because affinity biases are a real thing, implicit biases are a real thing, and those things can certainly easily become affected when selecting students that are going to these quote unquote satellite rooms. So I'd like to bring that to your attention. The next thing that I wanted to talk about is, just as I'm hearing the comments related to the in-school plans, first I want to remind our community that we are in school. We will be in 5 days very soon. So I want to definitely say that we have been in school since September. And I also want to, remind us, and sorry, I'm aware of sort of my anxiousness or in saying what I'm saying. I want to remind us that we are in public school. This is public school. So for the sake of maybe just informing the board, hopefully just reminding the administration that you all have a responsibility that cuts across several populations in this community as a public school. So when people are making the comments related to our nearby school, Haddonfield, who's, who's made these changes. Haddonfield is only doing half day as well. They are not doing lunch in school. There are things that we have to take into consideration. Yes, everyone wants their child to be in school, but health and safety matter. Despite whatever might be the thoughts around COVID and the spread of COVID, it is still yet a pandemic. There are people who are disproportionately affected by COVID because of different circumstances. That could be matters related to finances, that could be matters related to their health. When I think about our staffing for cafeteria, I'm saying what maybe possibly is not being said openly here. My thoughts are, I imagine that we are not thinking about, or members of the community, possibly members of the board, are not taking into consideration that as a community, as a public school, those people who are working in the cafeteria, who are doing the service of providing this type of lunch and food and all that stuff, those folks may quite possibly fall into the higher risk of population in terms of what would happen with exposure of risk to COVID, exposure with loss of income or health matters and things like that. This is a public school. This is a public school district. This board, this administration has responsibility to every person, students, staff, especially. And when I say especially, I'm saying students and staff especially. Parents' wishes, sure, they're working, they're trying their best, but that is not their only responsibility. Sorry, what'd you say, Karen?
Colette, do you mind wrapping up? I think we're almost
Sure.
Thank you.
So I say that, and I just want to point out, it's just fascinating to me that there's many lawyers on the board, be it, or in the community that have a lot of comments or offerings. It's not their license on the line. This is a public school. People's lives and health matters. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Anthony Dragoon.
Hey, how are you? Anthony Dragon, 547 Eagle Brook Drive. Thank you all tonight. I appreciate it. I'd like to tee off of that this is a public school. And so there are many people in this district of all different backgrounds who don't have anywhere else to go. We're completely dependent on this board. We're completely dependent on the administration to make these decisions to get our kids back in school. I guess it was refreshing tonight to see some forward movement. I've been on these calls for a while. I think that's positive. I think it's also refreshing that I didn't hear a lot of scripted talks from members of the MEA tonight. I suppose the last meeting was Pickett's charge, but the things that I'd like to say are that there's a phrase I'm somewhat fond of, that which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Some of these rules, I agree with the other parents, are totally arbitrary. If you're within 6 feet, you can make the argument that you can read into the regulation that you need some additional mitigation. It doesn't matter whether it's 5 feet or 4 feet or 3 feet. Once you're within that 6 foot window, that's it. The other thing is, it's a false premise to compare this to other public venues, the Olive Garden or the TJ Maxx or the other places where you see 6 feet and this and that. Those are places where members of the public are coming in and out of those locations who are unscreened. It says in the road back that schools, public schools, are a closed system. There's only so many people who are allowed to come in. The general public is not allowed to come in. So you have to remember that. To Dawn's point, even if they tell you a certain criteria for removing the double masking or removing the goggles, how can we believe what's said? Because the criteria for opening for lunch was 50% in-person dining, and we've seen that is swept aside for convenience sake. So we need to keep moving forward. I think this is a good step, but the stake in the ground has to be 5 days a week, full time. No one is forcing the full remote people to come back. 75% of your parent population wants to be back. 75% of the tax-paying population wants to be back. And I do appreciate that someone on the board, or some people on the board, were actually sensitive to the fact that you couldn't present a plan to not come back tonight and also present a tax hike. So the optics of that would have been, in my opinion, fiendish. So at least there's that sense that is going on. But all of these sort of like nuanced incrementalism, you're just going to have these same arguments at the upcoming meetings where we're asking for this and that. Just move forward, take big, bold action. That's what's got us to this meeting and the progress that we've made. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark Villanueva. Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Next up is Melissa Listini. If you could unmute and say your address, please.
Oh, hi, it's Melissa Listini, 325 Chester Avenue. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the principals, teachers, administrators, and Dr. McCartney, who have all worked so diligently this entire year to keep our children safe in school. It's amazing, truly, that Morristown has been able to offer an in-person school option from the very start of the school year. And this fact was made evident again last week when one of my friends in another state shared that her children were finally going back into school for the first time in an entire year, and going back into a hybrid model, going back 2 days a week. We all want our children to be able to be in person in school as much as possible. And I just want to thank you for considering all children, and most importantly, the safety of all children, as you've worked on plans to offer a 5-day per week in-person school option.
Thanks, Melissa. Next up is Doug Mowdy.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, Doug Mowdy, 141 Pleasant Valley Avenue. I have a few points I'd like to make, so I'll try to be quick. But I think the first answer to Peter Muscaluso's question is that what we've been primed for at the beginning of this meeting about all the gray areas is abundantly clear, that when this board acts as it did on March 4th and gives Dr. McCartney direction, we get a reaction and a response and results. And it's been amazing what's happened. So I don't think any of this is happening in a gray area. And I think you're all well aware of that. And I hope you continue to direct him so that he's not essentially a wandering target for the competing interests in the district, but you on behalf of parents direct him and the administration what to do. I've sent you all a letter today. And as you know, my position is that shields and extra masking are things that should be permissive and not required. I've indicated, you know that I'm a follower of policy. I've commented back in September and August about wanting the board to take and answer questions. I want to echo what Mr. Dragoon, what Jill Macaluso, what Ms. Lusner, what Ms. Lawson said, and what Mr. Villanueva asked about what data and evidence are we basing these extra mitigation measures on. And the point of my email today is the fact that we're not basing them on anything is showing that these extra measures are nothing more than a dress code, and that you're violating state law and JSA 18A:11-8A or your own policy 5511 by implementing these rush things that are nothing more than a dress code. They're not necessary. They're not mandated. You haven't pointed to a speck of evidence of why these extra factors are needed. So you're donning my children with additional things without 3 months notice under the law and without any type of hearing. So I'm telling you now, this isn't just willy-nilly choose to throw masks on our kids. That you are violating your own policies. You're violating state law for this reason. My third point is I wanted to echo Ms. Euchre and Mr. Radke. My children have been in Roberts School 5 days a week this entire year. They've been there as a hybrid student. They've been there the other days as a remote student in EDC 5 days a week. They've worn a mask the entire time. I want to give a shout out to the elementary school principals who really have delivered on the directives that the board gave them. I think that there are evidence that where there's a will, there's a way. My fourth point is I want to talk about what Mr. Weinstein said and echo the issues about transparency and the Sunshine Law. I attended, like a million other parents, the meeting on March 4th, where the board basically broke the internet with attendance. And that meeting was noticed that reopening was a topic. There was a unanimous resolution after a lot of debate. There was no mention of 5 feet at K through 12 at that meeting, and it wasn't included in the unanimously adopted resolution, and that wasn't included in your unanimously adopted minutes of that meeting here tonight. On March 9th, you had a budget workshop. You did not notice in that agenda any topic about reopening. I don't recall that 5 feet was acted upon by this board to give direction, and you had a very low attendance. And in the meeting minutes you approved tonight about the meeting from March 9th, it doesn't say anything about directing Dr. McCartney or the principals to go to less, stick at 5 feet for the other schools. So wherever Mr. Weinstein is saying that conversation occurred, I'd like to know, and I'd like to know whether it comports with our expectations on transparency and on the Sunshine Law. And my fifth and final point, and Mr. Dragoon mentioned this a little bit, but I'm really concerned about the budget. I can't let the budget go in all of the other things we're dealing with tonight. If I heard Mr. Heiser correctly, there is a budget increase proposal of $850,000 over the 2% cap based on salary obligations alone. I'd like to know who the heck was at the head of that negotiation committee that bound our district to those types of requirements. Now is definitely not the time that this board should consider raising taxes on people following a pandemic when they're getting, as you've heard, have less interest in the services that this school is providing, is unhappy with what the district is providing.
Mr. Maddie, your time is up, so if you could wrap it up, that would be great.
Yeah, I would just ask you not to raise taxes on people and not to require anything other than permissive shields or permissive extra masking without any type of evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Patrice Farquharson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, this is Patrice Farquharson, 215 East Camden Ave. I will keep it very short. So many thoughts. So the first thing is this overarching idea of focusing on putting physical bodies in the classroom. I want to say I appreciate the pause that is taken and the slow progression in this process because it's necessary. I understand that people want to go back to 5 days, but this progression of 5 days, in person and then afternoon remote, and then moving forward from there based on the overarching data that there is 6 feet, there is mask wearing, there is a revolving door of research that is coming out. But until those powers that be, the CDC, the Department of Health at the state level and the county level come out, this progression that that the board is going in for the community is good. So I'll say that first. But I do have a couple questions. So yes, sorry, just gathering my thoughts. In this overarching conversation, one question that comes to mind for me is who is falling through the cracks in this? Even though the bodies of the students need to be put in the classroom, the issues that were here before COVID are still here now and they're worsening. So those with special needs, those with IEPs, Black students and other students of color. Is there data of those being retained in the district overall and in the times of COVID? In determining what are the true needs of the population so we can help draft some kind of plan or action plan to address those things as we're moving forward with getting students back into the classroom. Because there was mention in a previous meeting, I believe, about remediation, but there are some that are already behind. So that's a conversation that has to happen as well. And this idea of the majority that I've heard in being in these meetings have been the loudest, but those in the minority in the school and this community still have a voice, and their concerns still need to be heard and addressed on a consistent basis. So as a community and as a member of this community, as someone that has taught in the school system and is a health professional, we all need to keep that in mind to ensure that we hear one another and don't pass over those that may fall through the cracks just because we want our agenda pushed forward. So to keep that in mind as well. And then the last thing is there's mention of data around reports of what is the data around those that are testing positive in the community. Another thing to think about is stigma. are people coming forward and reporting who is positive, who is negative? How will that look on our community, and will we be able to get all students back into school? So that's something that data might not be accurate. So when thinking about that, we also have to keep in mind that stigma is a big thing and people might not be as forthcoming with that information. And I guess a clarifying question that was mentioned, this idea of athletes that participate in the WAM school and the high school, was it mentioned that those that want to participate in activities such as sports and events have to be in person in order to do that, or can they be remote?
No, they can be a remote student and still participate in athletics or clubs. They just need to be present for school, whether it's in person or remote.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. But overall, I just say thank you for the pause, even though the majority is louder. I appreciate that as we continue to progress forward to ensure that our students are safe, our faculty is safe, our staff is safe as we progress forward. And as a former teacher, I say thank you, because to know that people are thinking of our safety is important. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Mark Recant.
Oh, hi. So it's been.
If you could just state your address, please, that would be great.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I was pulling a Colleen. So I'm at 36 Cove Road. Colleen obviously didn't give her address, but as a teacher, I guess she didn't have to. But moving forward, I want to echo most of what the parents have said. I do appreciate Dr. McCartney's comments, but it sounds like me listening as a physician, the decision for extra masks and facial shields sounds like an emotional decision rather than a scientific discussion. And I know several parents have asked for documentation. So it would be nice if some peer-reviewed data, peer-reviewed articles that the PhDs and other physicians on this call are used to reviewing, rather than hearing rhetoric about data from the Department of Health or the CDC. If we're going to make decisions, it would be helpful to rely on peer-reviewed articles, or perhaps a conversation with other physicians has been offered. I know many in the healthcare field work with patients with masks on. Routinely, I'm interacting with people in less than 5 feet distancing with no increased significant risk. So I appreciate and applaud the idea of going back 5 days. I think it doesn't make any medical sense to wear double masks or mandate shields. Certainly, I think it is reasonable for those that are interested in using those devices to have them offered. But I don't know why it has to be mandated. I think it's interesting, the argument that Mr. Mowdy made, that it is perhaps in violation of some of New Jersey's laws. So I think that in summary, though, I think there's obviously risk and benefit that's at issue here. And I think we would all agree that the least risky position for all of us to stay at home, but perhaps the benefit of learning is minimized or lessened in that scenario. And I think that if we work towards a never event, such as never getting a COVID experience, then we will certainly limit our activities, right? So if the risk is so low that it reaches near a zero, then I think the mathematical issue is that that's really a zero risk. And I would not want my children to practice safety different than myself and other healthcare providers. So I wanted to just present that from a medical perspective, as many of the conversation has already been unfolded. So I'll leave it brief with that. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Next is Karen Hamblin. Please state your name and address.
You can go ahead and unmute, Karen. I can't hear you.
I think she's off, right? Okay, next is Dr. Stuart Diamond. Please unmute and state your name and address.
Good evening, Stuart Diamond, 750 Golfview Road. I want to thank you all. Whenever you were elected and Scott McCartney was hired, I'm sure you never planned on these untimely events. But be that as it may, my experience and my knowledge of you never existed till a year ago. And I anticipated that the most complex conversations you may have been about what color you should paint the cafeteria. But you have signed up for this and you are involved in this. And we are all involved in this. And up until maybe the fall, I was a little concerned that the barista at Starbucks was able to work and make my latte. The fruit guy at Wegmans was able to give me my fruit, but yet my kids who are 10 and 7 were suffering. I had a conversation with Dr. McCartney and my wife, Noelle, in the fall. And Dr. McCartney, as he has many times, talked about the complexity of the situation. My hands are tied. The DOH, the governor, we're doing the best we can. And I understood that at the time in the fall. But I said to Dr. McCartney, we're a blue ribbon school. We are in a community that is lucrative, creative. We have entrepreneurs, we have bankers, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have businessmen, we have accountants, we have teachers, we have nurses, we have artists. And what I reached out to Dr. McCartney to really get to the bottom was you're not in this alone. You have a community that wants to help. Bring us in. Let's talk about tents. We have a close friend in this community who runs a tent company. And although he heard me, I don't think he did hear me, because not one time did I ever get an email back or a phone call. Hey, Stu, you know, that meeting really meant a lot to me. As a leader, you know, this is a complex situation. Let's get together and figure out ways that the community can come together, all of us, not be divisive, but inclusive. And he never did that. A sign of a great leader is one that reaches out and asks for help. And sure, he has you guys to help, but he never reached out to the community, one that has a vested interest in the community and the schools and our kids. And that really disturbed me. Well, as you can imagine, after that phone call in the fall, time went on. And again, every time we spoke to Dr. McCartney or we witnessed you guys, it was the complexity. It's our hands are tied. We don't know what to do. We're trying our best. And maybe you were, but you weren't doing good enough. And every answer you gave us was a non-answer, a non sequitur. Communities around us, schools were opening within our own community as well. So finally, at the last meeting last March, you gave us a few weeks ago, you gave us some insight. But I reached out today to Dr. Herb Conway, as you all know, is a state assemblyman, and he is the director of Burlington County and the health department. And I asked Herb today, Herb, what's going on? Every time we spoke to the Scott McCartney and we speak to the board, they keep saying their hands are tied. And he said to me, no, that's not true. The Department of Health is not overseeing and demanding or putting out requests that the superintendents or the board must follow. We're just here as advisors. They don't have to come to us with a plan. The same
Dr. Diamond, if you could start to wrap it up, please.
Sure, same with the DOE. So at the end of the day, he basically said the superintendent makes the call. So instead of having all these meetings that you're ignoring the science, just come out and say that you're going to do whatever you want. And then we don't all have to sit around meeting with you guys, because quite clearly you're ignoring the science, and quite clearly you're going to do whatever you want to do. The majority has spoken. We are living in a democracy where the democracy states the majority rules. Of course, the people who aren't forward with going back to school, they have the opportunity to go full remote. But don't hold us back. No double masking. I'm a surgeon. I don't wear a double mask in the OR. I don't wear a shield. If people want to do that, more than happy to. If your teachers want to wear hazmat suits to make them comfortable to go back, that's fine. But it's time enough to put around the rhetoric and let's move forward and use the science and just tell us. Don't deny us. Just tell us if you're going to do whatever you want to do, then just do it and just ignore us, I guess, at the end of the day.
Thank you. Karen Vidal, unmute and give your name and address, please.
Hi, this is Karen Vidal, 441 Oldershaw Avenue. I wanted to first thank Ms. Hackle and all of the elementary K-3 principals for finding a way to eliminate the need for the satellite room. I think they've made great strides, and I wanted to make sure that I pointed that out and thank them for that. I appreciated Mr. Keith's explanation for the WAMs and the middle school students that, you know, maybe they'll need a satellite room in the morning for math and they might not need it for a class later. Still concerned with the UES plan. It's not a secondary school and it somehow got lumped like it was a secondary school. 4th and 5th graders do stay with their class for the entire day. And for example, my 5th grader, even for the switch class, doesn't physically switch the classroom. He stays in his classroom and this teacher switch, which again, I think it's brilliant of these teachers that are coming up with these plans. And of course, this is only because of COVID. But then it concerns me, you should absolutely know how many kids are going to go into a satellite room. So if elementary students are going to a satellite room, I'm not sure why my child would have to be in the classroom, in a room, listening, when I could just have them at home. And I will reach out to administration about those specifics. I'm not going to get into this debate of whether or not we need extra PPE, but I just would like to thank you for the choice of the extra PPE because there is evidence and data that supports the double masking. The CDC published this in February 2021, and the report is in morbidity and mortality. I would also like to say that, of course, you know, your school nurses aren't on right now. There is guidance, there is infographics, there is something that they can give out to help parents with choosing if they choose the double masking. And then I'm always disheartened at the end to hear all of these statements of the community of the majority want to go back, the majority. School is not a democracy. And I have to say this a million times. School is not a democracy. We are here for every child. If one child has a need, that child deserves to have that need met. A coach stating proudly that your athletes are not wearing masks. Yeah, they're not on the field and they shouldn't be. But on the sidelines, up and down our Morristown fields, I am more than disappointed when I see parents, other students, athletes without their masks on. Because what data has shown that at 3 feet or at 6 feet, it's these extracurricular activities that are driving the rates up in schools. And that's a big concern for me. So the extracurriculars do matter. I would hope that some people in the community would take this seriously. I mean, we have a parent on tonight talking about a medically fragile child. And, you know, I have 2 family members that are long haulers. One is a 41-year-old marathon runner who now cannot walk up a flight of stairs without being winded. And we've lost people's lives. It is serious. And to try and dismiss this other thing that, you know, I'm back at work, no physician is seeing 25 patients at once. Nobody at Wegmans has 25 people in a single classroom. I, as a nurse, didn't have 2 people at once. As a nurse, I would only have, and maybe I was in the room all day long for a critically ill patient, but again, I'm a medical professional going within the 6 feet. Board meetings are not meeting right now. My husband's in operations management. I just don't understand this cry out of the public sector can do it. The public sector is not doing it. It's only the schools that are doing this. So take some baby steps, see where we're going. And again, I've always pushed for transparency and communication, and I've loved all of that. And I do want to see this moving forward, but just because they said, yay, they approved a vaccine, we aren't vaccinated yet. We're not there yet. So hold on, it's coming. I know that my family is not vaccinated yet. And I want to see this, especially for our most vulnerable, our minority populations, our multi-generational populations. And I please don't want any other parent to throw out this 15%. For anyone that has a special education student, we're the 15%. And if you can just throw us out like it's nothing. And it does seem to us like it is, saying that, the majority rules for everything else. Well, it doesn't. I'm sorry. Our students have needs too. And it's, if it's 15% or choice remote, it's the same thing. And I might not be choice remote, but I understand what that feels like. And I want to support those families who want to stay choice remote and have by law the opportunity to stay choice remote. Sorry about the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next is Tara Palkinen.
Hi, thank you so much, Karen. Tara Powell, 248 North Reading Drive. I'd like to say that it's really nice to see a potential plan tonight. And I'm just curious if, I don't see the need for the additional PPE. I don't understand that. I think it's not necessary. That's my opinion. But I'm just curious, if the plan is rejected tonight, what is plan B? Do we have a backup plan in place? And when will that go in effect? So if we say, you have to have the additional PPE, or, we reject this plan or whatever it is, and the plan it doesn't go, it gets rejected tonight. When is our next plan in place? What is that next plan? So, I just don't want to wait, months, or to hear in August, that September we have a plan in place. So that's my concern, number one. Number two, I do want to talk about, I'm glad to see that we'll possibly be back in for 5 days, but lunch is a concern. I don't think the students should be in school for lunch. I've been in the school environment during lunch. My son would sit at the table, and he'd come home and he would tell me during lunch that he wouldn't eat because children sitting next to him would chew and their food would come flying out of their mouth and land on his area. So he would just be completely turned off. So I just can't imagine, with capacity issues too, that it's the right time to have lunch in school right now. So I agree with that. I'm glad that isn't something that we're considering. And the last thing I want to know is actually for Carol Butler, I think it was INRS, if that is being offered to the high school students, the plan, I remember, I think it was the last meeting, was for K-8, that there was some, they're looking at students who are struggling, and there was going to be a plan for, I think, 90 students or something that they were going to offer additional help for. But again, I think that was K-8. I wanted to know if that was opened up for the high schoolers. And the tutoring that she talked about tonight, is that also for the high schoolers? And what is it going to look like for them for additional help? Thank you.
Yep. Hi, Tara. I can answer real quick. Yes, it is for the high school as well. In my presentation tonight, and I apologize, I know we've got a lot on the agenda tonight. I didn't share it. The I-team, the intervention and referral team, is a K-12. Every single building has an I-team that runs and discusses students in need of support, whether it's social and emotional, academic, absenteeism. And so they come up with an action plan. So you would find out from your school if your child has been included in any conversations for that. If you feel that you need to have the conversation started, you could reach out to your principal. I believe at the high school, it's Mr. Don Williams who does run the I-teams with the staff there. So you can reach out to him to see if your son is being discussed, has been referred. As far as tutoring, it is open, but it is a recommendation from those that are in the I-team for now. Our summer program will follow at K-12 for opportunities. I mentioned for students currently in grades K-8 right now, for summer support, we're going to call it an engagement program that's going to focus on SEL, math, and language arts. For the high school, they are offering support academically through credit recovery for students who have not met their need for graduation. Remember, at the high school level that the students, it is a little different at the high school level because all the classes are for credit towards graduation. You need 120 credits to graduate. And so courses that students take when they take them successfully, they earn those credits that end them towards their graduation certificate and for that day. So it is still, the INRS team is at the high school, and it is a K-12 plan. And next month, when I do present the full presentation, I'll have additional information from third marking period to add in, and you'll see most of the criteria and all the information I would have shared tonight, but it will be there for next meeting for us to share. Okay.
Thank you. Next up is Claudine Leon.
Hello, Claudine Leone, 425 Oldershaw Avenue. Again, happy that there is a plan and that we got to see some movement over the last month or so. I do have questions, and I know this is comment, but some questions have been answered. It wasn't clear on the presentation what the teachers were being required to wear, if it was the same choice and protocol. So I'd appreciate a response on that. Also curious, there was no discussion of vaccines tonight, and whether the district is tracking or surveying the teachers to see what rate of, what percentage are getting vaccinated or what percentage are opting not to be vaccinated. So those are two questions, but ultimately, I'm a little disappointed in, or I don't know, disappointed or stunned at the lack of curiosity from the board to question the districts that have opened with Department of Ed approved plans under 6 feet, combining cohorts with just masks. You've been told this in writing, it's been shared by multiple speakers here, and there's no curiosity to say, how is West Deptford doing it? How is Robbinsville doing it? Dr. McCartney, have you called the superintendents at those districts to see how they're interpreting the guidance differently than us? What's different here? Are they more risk? Are they less? Are they more risk adverse? I mean, what's the difference? The guidance is the guidance is the guidance. You've heard from multiple people here that there are plans that have been approved. Doesn't matter the size of their districts. Doesn't mean the distinction of how they are different from Morristown physically or size of classrooms. It's under 6 feet with just masks. I think there needs to be more questioning here. As far as the physical plan that you're submitting, in anticipation of the CDC or the state lowering their guidance in terms of feet, are you submitting and voting on this plan tonight with language that won't require us to go back to the department for additional approval if it goes down? So for example, is it saying Morristown is choosing to go under 6 feet with all this mitigation, blah, blah, blah? Or are we actually saying 5 feet, which would cause us to go back to the drawing board and resubmit if they go down to 3? Two more things real quick. I think it's probably appropriate to ask for this board to propose a resolution that they are fully committed. And I did hear Karen say this at the beginning. I think we need to hear it from every board member and in the form of resolution that they are fully committed to return to a 5 full day in-person learning with lunch, i.e. a normal schedule for the 2021-22 academic year. I think it's also important that there's a commitment from the board tonight stating that once the state immediately reduces the social distancing requirements in their guidance, that Morristown will follow suit with the maximum amount of reduction to allow the most kids in their current classrooms to not have this disruptive satellite program. If you notice, most of the board members' questions were really concerned about the impact on the satellite on learning and socialization. So I think it's very important to kind of maximize the number of people in the room. So I think that's pretty much all I have to say, but I will say you've got a community of super talented, super intelligent, super compassionate parents that want to be part of this. I kick myself. I'm shamed that I wasn't involved in listening to the board meetings in August and July, like certain other people on here. I will do better in the future, but we're here as a resource for you. And when you get that restart committee up and running, I think you need to reevaluate your members and pull from the people that you've heard from. Thank you.
Thanks, Claudine. Next is Dimitri Schneiber.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Karen. So Doug Mowdy, I want to answer your question first. You asked a question that said, who led the negotiations committee with the MEA that put in place the contract that the district now has to deal with that is creating and aggravating the budget shortfall? So Sandra Alberti was the head of that committee, and along with Karen Shaw and Jack Fairchild and Mark Villanueva, who dissented against the vote that they had in favor of the contract that they had with the teachers union at the time it was signed. Many of us in the community said that it is, and based on statistics, one of the worst and most expensive contracts in the state. And currently you are bearing the fruit of that contract. But that's not why I'm talking. I'm talking about the plan of reentry into the schools. And quite frankly, I will say, I'm happy to see that there is a plan, because 2 weeks ago there wasn't. And I think that any of the really positive things in the plan can largely be attributed to the efforts of the principals in town, who are outstanding. But it's not good enough, and is still rather tone deaf because of the constraints that they put on them. Half days, double face masks is an in-person experience in name only, to check a box without any real effort to make the tough decisions to create a true quality educational experience for the children. So one of the questions that keeps getting asked, and Claudine, you just asked it as well, is why in Morristown, with its wonderful education reputation, why is there so much intransigence? And that's really why I'm joining this meeting now, because I keep getting this question as somebody who once served on the BOE, to say, what is going on here? It seems to be very intelligent, rational people that seem to get in the way of making the right decisions for the community, despite the massive public outcry. Well, here's, from my personal experience, what's going on. Morristown Township Public Schools are 100% controlled by the teachers union and their president, Lisa Trapani. The teachers union is a special interest that only considers their agenda, which is to keep the schools closed and their teachers out of any sort of harm's way at any cost. And you can't fault them, they're a special interest. That's the definition of the agenda of a special interest. But to counter the effects of special interests, this is why we have elected officials who are supposed to represent the broader interests of the public, parents, kids, taxpayers, but that's not who you have sitting in front of you. You have 8 of 9 board members that are completely beholden to the direction of Lisa Trapani and the union. What are the potential reasons for their loyalty? I mean, it could be any number of things, politically aligned with their agenda, just a lack of a backbone overall, currying favors for their children. I mean, you can make a laundry list, but the fact of the matter is, I think you all know the one board member that's not aligned with the union agenda. And you have a superintendent who works.
Your time is up, please. And if you could
who knows he doesn't have any
share your address,
stand
please.
up to the union, so he chose the easy path. If you can't beat them, join them. And that's what's going on.
If you could please share your address, please.
10 Windermere.
Next is Nicole McHenry.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, I just want to go back to Claudine. She nailed a lot of the things I had on my list here. It comes down to accountability. I think everybody is professionals. At some point, you have to be held accountable for your position. And I'm just curious, as it does seem that obviously this is not following the science. This is not following the government. We're making our own rules on how to get these kids back in school. So I can't help but assume that this is the teachers in the union that is creating this laundry list of, how these kids can get back into 5 days a week. So to the accountable part, who is now holding the teachers accountable? Who is making sure, since they're so fearful, that they are signed up to get vaccines? If they're so concerned about their safety, that they're definitely, not traveling during spring break, and that they're staying safe to make sure that they, are not necessarily picking up COVID and spreading it to their children or their families, and then obviously at risk to our children for those half days that they're there. So I would like to know, is there any accountability for the teachers in the union that is obviously pushing this agenda? My second question to you regarding all of this is the fact that, it was asked earlier and it was the answer was not given. How many transmissions have there been in school? just a concrete number, because we obviously have it. So how many transmissions have there been in school? And I would just like to, before I end, thank Mark for stepping up regarding increasing our taxes. I did a quick math to look and see in a year, my kids have attended 37 half days of in-person learning, which, you know, looking at 100 days and 180 days in a school year, 37 half days, you're looking at 10% of what my tax dollars should be paying. So now to ask me to now pay more when, you know, if I were to order a meal and only get 10% of my meal, I certainly don't expect that I'm going to now tip even more than what I would have on the meal I had ordered. So please don't expect that these taxpayers should now pay more money when we are getting less than what we should be getting, you know, just based on the school system alone. And I would probably guess that majority of us have moved here for the school. So it is extremely disappointing. And I appreciate that Mark's sensitivity and that this was absolutely not the time or place to be asking for a increase in anybody's taxes. So to that, and I hope that when I'm done, we can get a concrete answer of how many transmissions have occurred in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kevin Cohen.
Hi, it's actually Marissa Cohen. Can you hear me?
Oh, sure. Yep. Can you just give your address too, please?
Of course, 200 Chestnut. So I would like to join the legion of parents to ask the board to vote against the unnecessary double PPE mitigation that is not based in regulation or science, as there is no evidence of spread within the schools. Instead, it is being offered up as purely a comfort measure to staff. I also don't recall hearing an answer to the question that has been asked multiple times, is if the staff is also being required to adhere to the unnecessary double PPE. There is an overwhelming lack of evidence of school spread. And looking at data and facts, how are we as a district to easily assess the accurate number of COVID cases within Morristown schools? Morristown's tracking of COVID cases within the district is not transparent. It is actually the opposite of transparent. There is large room for improvement. And looking at the other districts and their online websites, which are accessible to everyone, such as Cherry Hill and Haddonfield, they are specifically breaking down and maintaining a dashboard with daily case counts, specifically breaking out schools and grades, and if the children or staff were remote or in school. I note that Haddonfield takes it one step further and actually investigates, concludes, and publishes transparently if it was the result of a school spread. Instead, we are left to cobble together letters and weed through data, and there is no breakdown on if the staff or students were ever in a school setting. My third and final point is in regards to transparency. If the board fails to take the appropriate action based upon science and data and allows for the inclusion of unnecessary double PPE at the expense of our children, I would ask for a clear metric to be stated on record tonight of when that double mitigation will be removed, so there is no doubt when we have reached that threshold. Our children deserve transparency in this process.
Thank you. Next up is William Parkhill. Please give your name and address.
Sure, William Parkhill, 900 McElwee. Thank you for your time. I do want to start off by thanking everybody involved. You know, we have made quite a bit of progress over the past 6 weeks, fortunately, and heading back to 5-day school is definitely a step in the right direction. As I sat here and sort of typed some notes and went back and forth over the past hour of public comment, the very end here, I started to wonder if the double PPE discussion here isn't just sort of a distraction from the bigger issues here. So I'm not going to talk about that. I think I stand with most of the comments you've heard tonight, that I find it unnecessary and unsupported. But to me, the bigger issue here is we sort of glazed over the fact that we have 3 months of school remaining. We have information and guidance coming out and changing daily, and we've given up on the possibility of full-time, full-day school return for this school year. Just unacceptable. It needs to be unacceptable to the board. The board needs to put the superintendent and the administration hold their feet to the fire. We need to every day be working toward that goal as soon as possible. There's 3 months of school left, not 3 days of school. So I sort of strongly encourage the board to really push on how we get there. And I do have a question, and hopefully, someone can answer, but what is that trigger that gets us there? If we can keep pushing this off till next year, are we going to be there in September? I guess I would like to understand, and I would like an answer. What is the trigger that puts us back in school full time?
At this late hour, I'll do my best to try to reiterate those conversations. So we have been utilizing a variety of triggers. Some you've mentioned was looking at whether social distancing guidelines are reduced. The most recent conversation around that has been if the state of New Jersey or CDC or Department of Health would say that 6 foot to 3 foot without further mitigation, we would consider that moving forward. I think that the planning process with our committees are to look forward towards utilizing the full day moving into September. As part of what I said in my opening, it was just trying to maximize our capacity to move the district forward into the 5-day-a-week program and take measured steps, react and respond to those steps, and then be able to develop the next course of action. So there are numerous processes and or steps that we anticipate moving forward. And I think we've outlined at least where we are today with the idea that, we'd like to move forward, and that seems to be the board's decision as well.
Thanks, Scott. Next up is Sarah Rivera.
Hi there. I have one simple question. Will any of the board members, aside from Mark Villanueva, obviously, go on record to deny or refute Dimitri's claim that the teachers union has each of you in a personal stranglehold in some form or another?
Okay, I think that's it. Can I have a motion to close public comment?
Motion to close.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Public comment is closed. Let's move on to reports to the board. The Business Administrator Board Secretary report, the financial report to the Board Secretary, Treasurer's report, cafeteria report, approval of budget transfers, approval of bills. Can I please have a motion to approve these items on the agenda 1 through 5?
So
moved, Priya. Thank you. Second.
Second, Jack.
Thanks, Jack. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes, abstentions?
Abstain from A5.
Thank you. Next is recommendation to the superintendent, policies and procedures for first reading. Policy regulation 6470 sorry, it's late, 0.01, policy 75010, policy 8561, and policy 1648. Can I have a motion to recommend that the board enter on first reading these above policies?
So moved.
Thank you. Second.
Second, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Any questions, comments?
So for 1648, the language is specific to just the K-3 schedule. There's no other changes to 1648 as it stands, correct? The sort of new business is referring to what was presented tonight, correct?
The only alteration was in Appendix N, and that was to the schedule for K through 3.
Okay.
So Jack, in that regard, like, what's the progression to get to approval? So if it's K3 first reading tonight, then I suppose at the April board meeting, we'll again see a first reading that includes the 412 schedule potentially, and then it would be finally approved at the May meeting. Is that like the intended progression?
No, I believe, if I can, Jack, I believe that what we're going to do is we're going to add in, if the schedules are approved tonight, that they'll get added into policy 1648 as changes. And then for next month's meeting, April's meeting, it'll be on as a second reading inclusive of K-12 for the new schedules.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I hate to be a bother, but what are 7510? I understand, Jack, you told us about why this is being put into place, but how are we going to do this? How are we going to provide this information?
Dave, I can add some information on that. That's ultimately, we're going through our application process right now for the rental of school facilities, and it's going to be added to that document. The current policy as it stands now, that additional statement on the safety and security is going to be added to the current policy.
Okay. So it'll be added to the application as an attachment for wherever that, okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
And it's generic in nature, right? We're not handing over all of the school security plans, just the applicable portions.
That's correct.
Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any noes, abstentions? Okay. Next, educational program, the Burlington County Alternative School Placement for 2020-2021. Can I have a motion to approve?
Sandra.
Thanks. Second?
Second. Tria.
Thanks, Tria. Any questions, comments?
I just want to comment. I know I mentioned last time, and Dr. Tate got back to me that as of last month, there were 9 kids. Now this is like 12 kids at $25,000 each. That's at least $300,000. So I wonder if there's, once we get to the other side of breathing through some of these immediate things, if, there's an investigation as to like what services we might be able to offer in school to keep these kids in school. I'm sure that $25,000 potentially doesn't include transportation costs. And there might be, some opportunity to provide some services in-house and recapture some of that.
Absolutely, Dr. Alberti, and we'll have additional conversations regarding, remember that most of the kids that we send there do not spend the entire year there. So they may be there for a month or two. A lot of it has to do with credit recovery. So we can talk more about that, but thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes, abstentions? Okay, next to finance and business, travel and related expense reimbursement, and 2, the adoption of the tentative budget. I'm assuming I will read this all because it is something different than usual. Be it resolved that the tentative budget be approved for the 2021-22 school year using the 2021-22 state aid figures, and the secretary to the Board of Education be authorized to submit the following tentative budget to the Executive County Superintendent of Schools for approval in accordance with the statutory deadline. Taxes, I'll just go on to taxes to be raised, $71,860,553. Be it further resolved that the Morristown Township Board of Education includes in the budget the use of bank cap in the amount of $190,000. The purpose of the bank cap is to continue to provide resources to our schools as they meet the needs of our pupils in the areas of programming and technology. The use of this bank cap cannot be deferred or incrementally completed over time. And to advise said tentative budget in the Burlington County Times in accordance with the form suggested by the State Department of Education and according to law. And be it further resolved that a public hearing be held virtually on April 27, 2021 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of conducting a public hearing on the budget for the 2021-2022 school year. Can I please have a motion to approve items 1 and 2?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? No, I think we need a roll call vote, right, James?
That is correct. Dr. Alberti,
Yes.
Mr. Fairchild,
Yes.
Mrs. Law,
Yes.
Dr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. Villanueva,
Yes as to item 1, no as to item 2, the budget.
Mr. Weeks,
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein,
Yes.
Ms. Romano,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Going on to travel expenditures approval requests, donation, approval of state contract and consortium vendor purchases, high school athletic schedules for spring 2020, mediation agreement, approval of items. Can I have a motion for approval of these items 3 through 7?
So moved, Mark.
Thank you. Second?
Sandra, second.
Thank you. Any questions? Comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes opposed? Yes, not. Moving on to employee relations. 1 is appointments, 2 leave of absence and extension to leave of absence, retirements, resignations, extension of contract, professional development presenters, high school volunteer, ESSA Title I tutors, bus duty. Can I please have a motion to approve items 1 through 12?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second, Mark.
Thank you. Any comments, questions?
I just have one. Dr. McCartney, it does pain me to take your retirement in the notice and accept it here. I thought you would outlast me, but alas, you have thwarted that. I do hope you enjoy your retirement. I hope to see you on the golf course and hope to continue our friendships. Thank you.
Thanks, David. I also just want to say, as much as we're approving Dr. McCartney's retirement, that it is unfortunate to us and it will be difficult, but I'm excited for him personally to spend more time with his family and any pursuit of post-retirement opportunities. So thank you so much for your time here. You will be missed.
Thanks, Dr. McCartney.
Any other comments, questions? I think I lost track. Roll call vote?
Absolutely. Dr. Alberti,
Yes.
Mr. Fairchild,
Yes.
Mrs. Law,
Yes.
Dr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. Villanueva,
Yes.
Mr. Weeks,
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein,
Yes.
Ms. Romano. Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. On to suspensions and HIB report. Could I have a motion for suspensions and superintendent HIB report?
So moved.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Then we have the informational only enrollment information. Any old business? It's not. New business.
Mrs. Shaw, do we want to do the resolution under old business or new business?
I was just going to ask. I guess it's new business, right?
Mhm. We asked you, we asked Dr. McCartney to bring us a plan. This is the continuation of that plan. I think it's old business in my book, but
Let's go with that. So do we want to, I'm sorry, James, did you send the new wording or did someone send?
I did send a draft of utilizing the wording that was utilized in the last meeting with certain areas removed from it. And Alicia had one comment to update the Burlington County Department of Education to Burlington County Office of Education.
Okay, I think I see it.
is that being sent around by email or was that being sent around through a Google form?
I had emailed that, Dave.
Email. Do we want to try to put it on the screen?
Yeah, I
Would
think
that
it
be
needs to be put
helpful?
up.
See if I can forward it over to Jeff to share.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the best.
Let's see it.
It's 7:12 p.m.
Jeff, I just emailed it to you as a Microsoft Word document.
I would just clarify, it wasn't presented during the board's special meeting, but the board's regular Board of Education meeting on March 16th.
So my only, well, I guess we can see if we want to move it and I'll ask my question.
Now, if anyone has questions.
I'll make a motion first to approve.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to move this resolution.
I'll second it.
Okay, now questions?
So the discussion about additional mitigation, which isn't anywhere in the resolution, was in the plan, but modified, I think, in some ways, what the K-3 plan was. How are we dealing? Are we just leaving that open? Is that, I'm just trying to understand what we're doing there, Dr. McCartney, because we modified the K-3 plan that we had approved, thinking there was plexiglass, understand there was changes to it. And now this presentation talked about multiple different utilizations of face shields, goggles, plexiglass, double masking. And I'm just trying to understand. So where do we have an idea of where we're really landing there? Or are you just trying to leave your options open? I'm trying to understand where we're headed. That's all.
Yeah, I think our presentation as put forward was recommending those additional mitigation options. That was the presentation. The board can decide if they want to utilize that or go a different direction. But that was our recommendation as per the plan. So that would be that would really be modified to address across grades. But tonight was specifically to approve 4 through 12.
Yeah, because that's what we're asking to be approved, just this 4 to 12 plan, but the changes obviously that you discussed are K to 12. That's where I'm trying to understand where the.
Yeah, I don't think the last resolution, if memory serves, specifically spelled it out that way either.
No, it didn't.
And then it just was what we added as per the plan. We took those elements and then we included it in the either the policy change or the document to the Department of Ed.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could just include that in the 1648 modifications and still approve this resolution to keep the plan moving forward. Maybe by then, even the guidance will change, or short of that, I'm wondering if there is some stipulation of, as was actually suggested in some of the public comments, that until guidance changes for social distancing.
Yeah, I mean, this is just saying less than 6 feet, which if the guidance changes, it's already captured here.
Right.
It's really the additional mitigation factors, which I'm trying to understand and just get my head around. Yeah, it's one thing to leave you the option to add them when you feel it's necessary. So, because somehow you get down to, look, a lot of schools have plexiglass in place because that's what they utilize when because they feel it's necessary. And they make a case for it. And I'm just trying to understand, where are we going to really implement this? Is this going to be everywhere? You have to wear a double mask everywhere? Do you have to carry around your plexiglass when you walk down the hallway? I'm just trying to understand how we're going to implement it. That's all.
Yeah, those 4 options as exist would be implemented everywhere across the district, and parents would have a choice between one of those 4 if attending in-person school. That's the way the plan was presented.
So they'd have to, I just want to make sure this is clear. So a parent would have to choose to either send their cut to choose a face shield, a goggle, a portable piece of plexiglass, or a double mask. And would we be providing that, or would they be providing it?
We are providing it, and giving parents the option if they'd like to purchase their own. We have limited plexiglass, as I've mentioned, as the least available option, but specifically for students that can't tolerate one of the other mitigation options. And right now we've purchased at least the face shields and some units of plexiglass in the elementaries, and then we would still need to go forward and make purchases for additional devices or additional PPE for secondary levels. But parents would still have a choice between those 4 options or to use their own products if they didn't elect.
So let's just say, we're going to ask parents to check a box which option they're going to go with when they say, I'm sending my kid to school, because I don't see us buying all that material to send the kids back to school, because we have to assume that we don't know what they're going to do. So we're going to have to make sure we have enough material for people to make that decision. We're going to have to ask them to check a box to decide. I understand what you're trying to accomplish by doing this, I think, but I don't see it practically working. That's my concern here.
Yeah, so our objective then tomorrow would be to, develop either a questionnaire or an approach so that we could determine that specifically, or buy enough generically so that folks could make a choice from the pool of things that we have.
And where would we fund that from?
Right now, we've elected to use the CARES funds. So by moving away from the full plexiglass option for K-3, which was $30-some thousand, we were able to look at that for substantially less. And then that would give us the balance to apply towards the secondary schools for the additional PPE.
Okay. And we have an estimate on what that's going to be, given that we're going to need people. Let me ask a different way. When would we have to commit to what we're buying, assuming that in order to meet the date?
Yeah, I think the last conversation, or at least was we purchased it virtually after the last board meeting for the elementary schools. We're still waiting for those products to come in and anticipate those coming in Thursday or Friday. So it could be anywhere from a week and a half to 2 weeks before the April 19th date.
So we'd have to order it by the end of the month,
Correct.
essentially.
Yep. Some of it, I think plexiglass had a longer lead time, but the other items were more readily available.
So wait, just confirming. So would there be a checkbox or something on the commitment form asking which option the family chooses, or we're just going to buy enough?
I think our initial plan was to buy enough of each to sort of have that as an option, but we'll discuss tomorrow whether it's more efficient to ask people which of those 4 they would select, and then that might point us in the right direction. But we've already heard from many against face shields and would see more of the eyeglasses or the clear glasses as an option. So we would determine to purchase perhaps more of those than we would of face shields. But we can ask this specific question. We haven't crossed that bridge just from the standpoint of one step at a time for how we're moving forward.
I would just suggest that the wording of that is like, you are not committing to the, like, that is just like data to inform ordering approaches, but it's not saying like, if you say face shield, your kid could never come with a double mask.
Correct.
Right.
Well, I'm struggling, and I was quiet before because I was waiting for this point to ask this question. But so I just want to understand the behind it. So double masking is supposed to help the droplets, I guess, is the thought process. But how does that relate then to somebody either wearing a face shield or goggles? If I'm just trying to understand how we get all those 4 choices as the 4 choices. They don't make linear sense to me. And I understand, that this was the discussion points, but I don't see how they work.
So each one of them, the original recommendation was for plexiglass as seemingly the most common and most utilized, including places like Haddonfield and so on down the line, where that was the option. When we presented that, there was discord or folks saying that they did not want to spend that kind of money. So ultimately administration said one other option could be face shields. That's far cheaper, more portable, more flexible. Still gives a barrier, still gives an additional, mitigation for spread along those lines. We then spoke with some of our parents at home and school, including some debate back and forth between physicians saying that a better option might be eyewear or protective eye gear, because that's where hospitals and folks were seemingly moving. So we included that as part of the option. And then lastly, because of the most inexpensive and perhaps the way that some have articulated was the double masking. So those are just options that we've heard utilized and or discussed around how to increase PPE to help mitigate, because we're doing less than what the social distancing understanding that we've had in the past.
So,
but isn't the mask, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jack, just so if I can understand it, it's like there was a decision made that because we're under 6 feet, mitigation needs to happen. And I think I can understand how we got there. The choices for the various mitigation options though. And I guess that's what Dave, you were asking, and Scott, you were speaking to. Those choices are, what's the, I saw some of the people writing in suggesting the other options. So we took it, we sourced it from there. Was there a conversation with the county board of health about those mitigation options? Just help us understand that.
All I can say is that it's an evolution of the various conversations in all of those places. Was if we were going to mitigate or choose to mitigate further because of lessening social distancing, these are some of the products that people have used. These are some of the options that exist out there: plexiglass, face shields, eyewear, double masking. It's really just a conglomeration of different options because folks were asking for more options that differed from the ones that we kept presenting. So those are the ones that have come up through the various conversations.
So I guess this was kind of asked before. I think Dr. Snyder asked this. The rules, the details about, say, what the double masks that looks like, that's still yet to be developed, right? Is that correct?
Yes, yes, we would. I mean, I think that one's fairly straightforward. It's double mask. It's more than one. So I mean, you know, we've seen them out there. Some people wear a paper mask and then a cloth mask. It's just adding another layer.
Right, but is it a gaiter and a mask? Or so that notwithstanding, I guess to me, this is kind of what we talked about a little bit last time, in that, you know, we gave a task, and a lot of work has been done. That's understandable, but we were concerned that if we got to this point and we didn't have enough of the details, that we might have to look at having more of that developed and coming back to this conversation. Because going back to kind of where we started here, to me, this statement here, appears as a framework to approve. I guess, let me ask this. Is it we're trying to approve this so you can go forward and develop the rest of that? Or is it approving this and then everything you develop after that? Right? Because I think, what I'm starting to hear is there's some more specificity. I know I'd like some more specificity about how we're enacting this, but I don't want that to get in the way of the continued planning for it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Can I ask it in
You
a
say
slightly
hesitantly.
different way? Can I ask it
Yeah.
in a slightly different way? And this may or may not be what you're asking. It probably isn't, Mick, but I'm going to jump in. Is it your position or opinion, Dr. McCartney, and the position of administration that these four options are a requirement for this plan to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. And so even if the board does have authority to say we don't want the additional mitigation, that doesn't matter because it is the position, it is the belief that these four options, unless they are in place, this plan cannot go forward.
So I'm not sure I agree entirely there. So if I understood your first question, we have administratively, working with our teams, having this conversation, have decided to present a plan that includes options for further mitigation based on changes in social distancing. These are the four that we've included as part of what we believe will work with our staff, with students and families, and give the most amount of option to move forward. Absent these four, the other option is for the board to take a different pathway and say that we're going to move forward with the plan for 4 to 12 reopening, but we want to keep social distancing and the mitigations as they exist. So we're presenting this as what, based on our conversations internally, our conversations throughout the district, think would provide some level of mitigating circumstance. If that's not ultimately the direction that the board agrees with, you could choose not to, or choose to be more specific as you have with other resolutions.
I may be misreading the body language, but to me that gets back to that question about the board in its oversight role versus dictating operations. And in the body language, I was kind of reading Alicia. I don't know if that's where it made sense for you to help us with that. Kind of looked like you might have been leaning in towards the mute button.
Sure, I was just adjusting my lumbar support. Just kidding.
Okay.
Right. Sure. So I think that Dr. McCartney pretty much summarized it. This is the administration's recommendation right now that's before the board, which is that and we can work on the resolution. I didn't realize that it involved K through 12, but that in accordance with the board's prior resolution which directed the administration to establish a 5-day-a-week reopening plan for 4 through 12, this is what the administration has brought forward. So I think if I'm understanding what Dr. McCartney said, and I think I would agree with him, this is what the administration's recommendation is right now. If the board doesn't want to move forward with this recommendation, You can send them back to the drawing board. You can leave the plan as is. So that's, but there's, this is the recommendation that's before the board right now.
Right. So it's not, I guess, saying exactly, well, I guess, it's not changing the recommendation, saying we either accept this recommendation or we're sending it back for you to revise more.
Right. So you wouldn't revise the recommendation and act on it. I think if you want a different recommendation, then you send it back. Then you don't act on this one.
Alicia, before we get too much deeper, I think we have to start thinking about the next sunshine law statement we're gonna have to make in about 3 minutes.
God, it's 11:57 already.
Yeah. Sorry, continue.
So, I mean, look, and in essence, that was, I think that's what Dr. McCartney was saying, and that's what I would echo, which is that there's a recommendation before the board right now. That's what the board's being asked to act on. If the board doesn't want to proceed with this, then you could send it back with some additional direction similar to what you did last time. But again, to answer your question, I don't think you can adopt it. You can't just say, we're going to take these parts of the plan.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it isn't a change to the plan, but maybe a clarification of intent, that the additional mitigation would not be in place in instances where there is 6 feet or greater social distance. And if guidance around social distancing changes before April 19th, that we wouldn't require, so that's when the additional mitigation is in effect. And so it's a clarification to say masks alone would be suitable in cases where there's 6 feet or greater social distancing, or if social distancing guidance is altered. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think that's more from Dr. McCartney. That would be my understanding, is that if the additional mitigation strategies are in consideration of the decreased social distancing. So I don't think that's an amendment to the plan. I think that's a question that Dr. McCartney can answer. That was my understanding of it. And certainly if the guidance changes, you have the ability to act on that.
Without putting that specifically in, like if the guidance changes, like, do we have to put that statement in this resolution, or that's just what happens if the guidance changes?
I think that you would have, I think it just depends on what the guidance says, and whether it is something that would require board action that would be enough of a deviation here. So I'm not prepared to say, one way or the other on that.
I don't know if I'm just trying to think it through. I guess I'm very supportive of our individual school building administrators and sort of like the good faith effort of the last 2 weeks, even though on like a personal basis, like Mark, who lives on Circle Drive, might have particular feelings about whether additional mitigation is required. I ran out of water, I'm sorry. And all my family's asleep, so no one could get me anything. But in the context of going forward, I would very much like to see the things that the board and the public asked, such as exactly when those things would be removed, under what specific conditions, addressing those. Like I said, I have the utmost faith that the school principals know their building the best, and I rely on them to tell me what they think is the best for their building going forward. And if this is what it should look like in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, I guess I'm personally supportive of them, and then by proxy this, while personally, and I guess that's, I'm just trying to think it through myself, while personally I might have different feelings about that, I want to be supportive of that and sort of make sure this moves forward. But I don't know if that makes sense, or I'm just.
I actually am inclined to the similar, Mark. I feel like we should, in terms of moving this forward, this makes sense. I mean, all the principals really know their building's the best, know what they could do. They're really trying to move forward on this, and I would hate to see it go back to the drawing board. Although I do think, you know, I agree with potentially putting in next step, not necessarily in the resolution, but understanding what happens down the road, because, you know, May and June is still a far time off. So a lot can happen in that time, and maybe putting together a next steps after this.
And to the point that, as has been demonstrated by every constituency tonight, these are based on guidelines that you know, a best faith effort of trying to understand what constitutes what this should look like, and knowing that that can evolve very quickly. And you know, once this is, you know, enacted for some number of week or days, that so yeah, I guess that would be my thought as well.
Yeah, I guess that helps me a bit, because it is, you know, I do appreciate the work that's been done. I agree with kind of the direction it's going in. But I guess it's, you know, people talked before about those signposts on the road. You know, seeing those things and understanding what those, what the triggers are to move to different pieces. You know, we all talked about how we're expecting new guidance. How does that fit into the plan? Are we back to a conversation like this when that comes up? And, you know, going back, I expressed the concern that, you know, what if we got to this point and we didn't have enough information to, you know, to move this forward? I don't want the process to stop, but I just want to figure out how we get that additional information in to be able to have a plan that has the milestones, you know, going forward.
We don't, well.
If I could jump in just before you get
Sure.
there and maybe simplify the conversation. We've all heard all the discussion that has ensued, the explanations to the greatest extent that we provided them. For me, I simply need to know, are you in support of additional mitigation circumstances, additional mitigations as we've presented them, or are you not? And if you are not comfortable with that based on the information that you've heard either from me or from the residents that have spoken, or your own own information, then you can, you know, make that decision. I'm not sure how much more I can get for you to change your mind one way or the other, or what timeline you want to utilize for us to move forward. If ultimately you want to move forward with bringing grades 4 to 12 in with less than 6 foot social distancing, we need to be able to move forward on that. If we're going to purchase additional PPE, we're going to need to move forward on that. If you're not in support of those options, then just tell me now that you are not in support of that, and then we'll have to move forward with the other option, which is to not include additional PPE, because that's really the fundamental conversation that's here. So as a governing body, if that's the concern, you either agree with that or you don't agree with that. Up until this present moment, administratively, that's been our understanding. And that's our understanding with our employees. That's our understanding with some of the community, is that by lessening it, we were trying to mitigate and offset risk by adding additional PPE. If you don't support that as a body, tell me that now, and we'll go the other direction, which is we're reducing the space and scope of social distancing, and we're maintaining the same mitigations that exist today. It's really that simple and that complex. I just need.
Thank you. No, that crystallizes it, I think, to the degree that we needed to hear. I think that makes it clear. The decision point for the board is that we agree with the additional mitigation as set forth in the plan tonight, or we disagree with those additional mitigation. But from what I gather, if we disagree with those additional mitigation measures, the plan can still go forward, just without those 4 options being required. I assume they could still be permissive, but not required. Is
correct?
Okay.
Yep.
That then I think boils it down to a decision point. And if we're taking a poll, I do not support the additional mitigation.
So, Alicia, do we have, before we proceed any further, just trying to make sure, do we have to now make that Sunshine Act statement since we carried to the second day?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's the same meeting that was noticed for yesterday. I'm comfortable with, I mean, just certainly recognizing that we're past 12 a.m. You know, I don't know if you had something specific in mind, Dave, but it's
No, it's just that basically to make it clear we're continuing into the next business day from the same meeting. So
yeah. So I don't have specific language for that. I think that obviously there's a recording of this, so I think that the record will be pretty clear that there's not been a recess, adjournment, or anything since the meeting began. So I'm comfortable with you guys proceeding.
So, Mark, I you know, my when we did this, it was to see what we could do less than 6 feet, and I think part of my thought of how close were we going to be, Scott? How right? You came back and you asked the questions, and you came back with the plans about 5 feet. And you know, if you had to shrink down to 3 feet to make it work, because we were saying make it work, right? See how you can see what you need to do to make it work. Get the data, which you did, and what do your numbers look like, and how does that impact what we look like going back to school in the manner that we were talking about with 5-day in person, you know, on these part days. And you did exactly what we asked, and now we're left with okay, well, they did it 5 feet. You gave us the rationale on how you got there. And now we're looking at this and saying, okay, do we need the additional PPE to the level that you're suggesting in order to move forward? And I'm going to say, I don't think we need to that level. I don't think we need that level of additional PPE. Personal opinion. But you brought us what we asked for, so I thank you.
That's what I'm asking for now.
Yeah.
Make a poll, decide which you want to go, and we'll follow the direction.
So Dave, I agree with you that I think the mask is really the mitigating factor for going below 6 feet. And if there's concerns that, you know, the masks aren't fitting properly, or someone's not wearing an appropriate mask, that, you know, you should take steps to address those particular factors. What's proposed here with the 4 different double protective PPE, they're not equivalent to each other in my mind. I don't see how 2 masks compared to a face shield or a plexiglass are the same things. You know, one's like an inhalation hazard, and the other is eye protection. So I don't even understand the basic premise for the choices there. But again, I personally believe that the mask itself is the mitigating factor when you go below 6 feet.
Yeah, I personally, I'm in the same boat, and we were wrestling with this before in terms of where our line is, and Jack, that was exactly what I was thinking. If this was stemming from a place where some of the students don't have ill-fitting masks or whatever, and maybe that was why, but right, having just a properly. So if as long as this can go forward with the thought and care that the principals have demonstrated tonight, with how the students will be, you know, cared for, I am very comfortable with going less than 6 feet on a personal basis, but not requiring. I certainly do not personally.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, it took a while talking around it to get to kind of what the underlying concerns are. And it's really, yeah, it's about that. I mean, I understood, you know, about needing the additional mitigation for going under 6 feet. You know, we've talked about that and various reasons about that, you know, getting ahead of the guidance. But it's just struggling with, understanding how these choices were made and speak to that and having more specificity around that. So, you know, it's hard for me to support it when I don't know how those things get to dealing with that concern.
I understand. Each one of them were not intended to be the equivalent of another, but rather an mitigating, a opportunity to mitigate further. So it looks like there are 5 board members that seemingly are on the same page. is there a recommendation or a decision in terms of change of language, just so we can advance this and move forward?
Yeah, well, I made the motion. Sandra, did you second the motion?
I believe I did, Dave.
Would you permit me to amend the motion?
I would.
I would amend the
Before
motion.
you amend it,
Yep.
there's one other issue I think we should talk about, and that's full days. You know, as I said at the outset, you know, I think we've hit the markers that were previously identified, and I won't go over whether those markers should have been markers in the first place, but you know, I think we should be pushing towards full days this year.
And while I appreciate that, I absolutely commit that next year, and I think that's where we need to be. And at this point, I want to move us forward, and I'm okay doing it incrementally. That's what we've been doing, is incrementally making our changes. And while I understand the markers that were out there, and I understand what was set forth before, let's get this moved, and we can still have that discussion.
It's never going to happen. If it doesn't happen now, it's never going to happen.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with that statement. We've done so many things and moved forward where places have said we'd never happen, including opening school, modifying our programming as it exists. That's rhetoric and or just bravado for the state of the argument. What we've suggested is that there's a certain amount of capacity that we have, and there's ability to move things forward. You've all acknowledged that we're moving forward as quickly as we can. In fact, some of these conversations, ultimate plans are due to the brief nature by which we are turning them around and the continuing conversation and dialogue and the ongoing changes. What we're suggesting is right now, this was the priority and took precedence over the full day, because that seemed to be the preponderance of feedback from community was to get 5 days a week. Recognize that people want everything to go back to exact normal. But, you know, can we at least on some levels have some incremental process by which to move the school district forward, rather than saying irresponsibly, let's just take it all down and move it forward. We have shared with you in the past that transportation also includes, or transportation has included that, and rebidding certain runs. Food service does not have the employees, they'd have to be rehired. There's a lot more to that needs to be further unpacked. So I've just asked that the board consider this in an incremental phase, give us the opportunity to take a look at it. You've heard us commit that we're all trying to move forward with operation of school and moving towards full day, but can we just move together in stages and steps? I know everyone wants to pull the Band-Aid off, but there are some significant aspects of this that we would like to assess along the way, as opposed to doing it all at once without the capacity, without the resources, and in a rushed fashion that does not allow for us to be able to move forward. So
I agree with you. I think that
respectfully,
I may respond to the comment about the bravado and rhetoric and irresponsibility that was suggested by me asking to have lunch in our schools and have a full day, which is what I've been asking for since August.
You and the rest of the world.
Let me finish, please.
Let me finish as well. I think we are finished.
No, we're not finished.
I am.
Well, I understand that in July. I'm not finished at this moment to talk. So I understand the massive amounts of effort that have gone into getting us to open for 5 days a week. And as I said, I am excited about it and I'm happy about it. But to accuse me of being rhetorical by suggesting that we open up for a full day is insulting. Yeah. And frankly, you know,
I'm not looking to insult you. I'm not here to insult you. What I'm suggesting is that we're trying to advance the ball. We understand that you and others would like us to be back to full day, including lunch. We know that that is a conversation that we've had multiple times. We know that I have shared some of the impediments along those lines. I have articulated that we have tried to move forward with this specific request and asked in front of the board. And all I'm suggesting is that we've put that forward to use this as an opportunity to push more into it that we're saying we don't have the capacity or the ability right now to do, I think is irresponsible to ask us. Giving us time in which to do that and time to develop that and further direction in that regard would be an appropriate request. Right now, to push something in while we're trying to implement several major initiatives all within a relatively short period of time is more than I think is reasonable for us.
I think it's late. I think, honestly, I think we need to move this forward the way that we're going to move this forward. I think we can have additional conversations, what next steps are, but I think if we want progress on this moving forward, I think we should just kind of stick to this for now.
I agree. I think we need to move forward on this as well. This is distinct progress, and we need to not impede that progress right now. Similar to Mark Snyder's comment earlier, personally, back to the mitigation, I am also fine without the secondary mitigation, particularly since we landed on what, is a fairly minimal reduction from 6 to 5 feet. However, I do think it, as much of this, much of our conversation in this whole new realm that we're in, it does border a bit on that fine line of impinging on the operational role and recommendations of the administration and kind of, board's role versus admin's role. But I do think, as Karen said, it's late, and this is progress, and I feel we need to move forward on it.
David, what were you going to suggest as altering the language?
Right, what I would do, because I think this is what Dr. McCartney's asking us for, is to add, it includes less than 6 feet social distancing without additional mitigation efforts required. It's not that you don't need them in some instances, but they're not required. So you might find in a specific classroom that you still need to have, and you probably do have it now, actually, I know you do, where you still have plexiglass for various reasons because of the student population in that classroom, but it's not required in order to get to this plan. But you use it where it's necessary, because there are spots where it's going to be necessary. So it'd be
And administration deems necessity, you're saying?
Correct. But I would just say it's not required and let them, it's not required. We're not making a requirement in this plan. If you find it's necessary in a classroom setting, a specific setting, Scott, I'm saying that's what we understand that. Some classrooms are going to require it, and that's fine, but it's not mandated by the plan.
Yeah.
Does that help you?
With that language.
Scott, does that help you? I want to make sure it helps.
I think so. Yeah, sure. So just trying to word.
I'm just saying, so it says less than 6 feet social distancing, comma, without additional mitigation factors required. That's all, if you're looking at what's written there. I don't know who has control of the screen.
Yeah, I think Jeff has it. I'm not sure who has the ability to type into it.
We get to watch Jeff type.
Yeah.
Oh, it's read only. There we go.
So the board now approves the next phase of Morristown Township Public Schools Restart and Recovery Plan amendments for grades 4 through 12, presented by the superintendent during the board's special meeting on during the regular meeting on March 16th, 2021. Period. The plan includes less than 6 foot social distance.
But
and as amended by the Board of Education, not to include. Is that how you want
it? It's not required.
Without additional mitigation factors required.
That's it.
I think yeah, that's fine. Is it redundant with in some grade 4, or is that specific?
Well, because you're saying less than 6 feet without mitigation required, comma, if it's comma, then in some classrooms, because not every classroom is less than 6 feet, and not every classroom is going to require additional mitigation factors.
Does this include K3, or are we keeping that out of the resolution?
Well, the K-3 was already.
You could add a sentence that say, this amendment or this resolution.
Let me think about that, Mr.
So
we're approving the plan.
I would change 4 to 12 to K to 12.
In the second statement, correct.
Yeah.
Just say K to 12 in the second statement of grades K to 12.
Yep.
And that would fix it. PK to 12, that's fine.
PK is probably fine, right?
Yep. That's fine, because the 4 to 12 is the plan we have, and this is saying the mitigation factors because that's across the board. I actually would agree with Scott, put a period after March 16th. Yeah,
And this
and just put
includes,
including less than.
this plan includes.
And just put away, just put including, or this plan includes. You can just say the board, this plan includes, well, I don't want to say the plan, because the plan only includes 6-foot social distancing. And say the board, then we have to say the board modifies, otherwise I would just say including, don't say the plan. Including less than 6 feet.
Well, then it's back to a comma.
No, it says.
Can't start a sentence like that. It's
This
independent.
That's fine. Includes.
Note
That's
to
fine.
self,
That
do
works.
not write language after midnight, right?
That works. No, that works. Collaborative works. This amendment, I would say I would, let me see. This amendment includes less than 6 feet.
We're saying that the wording around without additional mitigation is bothering me because, you know, the mask is the mitigation, right?
But that's required no
It's
matter
the
what.
additional, yeah, right
That's
now,
required, and that's
right now the
required.
mask is required, yeah.
Right.
That's written somewhere else.
Yes, it's already in the
Yeah,
plan.
that's all in the plan
I think that's in the plan.
that masks are
Right.
required for every employee, every person on our complex.
I would, so I'm going to move to amend my motion. So, thank you, Sandra.
So you have a first and a second, I guess you need
First and a second, any additional comments? No. I'm assuming we need a roll call. I'm not sure.
Can't hurt.
So
Can I just make one additional comment? Can I make one additional comment? I wasn't sure if to make it here or to make it somewhere else later in the meeting. And that is, calling into question why myself individually, I'll speak to myself, decides to commit myself to this Board of Education in general, as I have as my professional career as well as in my volunteer, is because I believe strongly in public education. I believe strongly that decisions should be made by representatives of the public, with representatives of the public, not because I'm beholden to any person, to any group, to any entity. And I believe that this is how the process should work. I believe we should all operate always in what's best in the best interest of kids. And so I appreciate the other board members being online till 12:25 to get this right, to do what's best for our students, what's best for our staff, what's best for our society as we do improvements to education. So I just wanted to name, in case anybody was questioning, that's my intention in this work. And I appreciate everybody's participation in that.
Thank you, Sandra. Can I also just add that I want to offer my apologies for losing my cool as part of the meeting. I try to be a very patient person, and in the late hour, it's never my intention to argue. I appreciate that. What I'm hearing is that the board is recognizing we went through a process, we came up with a recommendation, and that recommendation is being amended to meet what you feel represents the community. So with that, we'll move forward. Our objective has always been to try to find a safe way to operate schools for our students and for our staff, and move forward and protect the district in the event that there is some liability or some reaction or response to lessening social distance. So with that, it sounds like we're ready to move forward.
So do we want to roll call?
Yes, we did the last resolution as a roll call. Dr. Alberti,
Yes.
Mr. Fairchild,
Yes.
Mrs. Law,
Yes.
Dr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. Villanueva,
Yes.
Mr. Weeks,
yes.
Mr. Weinstein,
Yes.
Ms. Romano,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone. I know it's late. We're tired, but I appreciate the effort and the long hours by everyone. Any other old business? I hope not.
I just want to echo the thanks to my colleagues here and to the administration and staff. I really appreciate working with people who are this committed and dedicated and even passionate. So I share that, and I applaud all of you.
Thanks, Mick. I echo your sentiments. Moving on to new business, we have the resolution urging relief from increased costs to school districts resulting from the implementation of Chapter 44. Can I have a motion to recommend this resolution?
Sandra.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Into public comment.
Make a
Motion.
motion to open.
Second.
Motion second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Dimitri Schneiberg, please state your address, name and address.
Thank you, 10 Windermere. So I think it's a fascinating exercise in a democratic republic that we just witnessed, in that at the beginning of this meeting, we heard a litany of reasons based on the DOE, the CDC, the DOH, and a lot of other acronyms, that it was a requirement to have 2 forms of PPE, and it was an imperative requirement. But really, it was just based on the premise that the teachers' union said they were uncomfortable going into the building without that. That ultimately is what it came down to in Dr. McCartney's early statements once he was pushed on the issue. And what just happened with the board is you yourself said, well, in my opinion, I am now comfortable moving forward with this plan without those requirements. And it just shows what a paper-thin argument was actually putting this all together. And I applaud you for actually dismissing that argument, but don't stop there. You have a full day option in front of you, which is similarly standing on a straw house, basically because the teachers union has refused to give up the duty-free lunch in their contract. In every other district, many throughout the entire country, where full day is an option, what happens is the teachers eat lunch in the classroom with the kids. It's a simple solution. It's not a logistical nightmare, Dr. McCartney. Doesn't require another 3 months of planning. It's very simple. And quite frankly, you have a plan to get the kids in the building in a month. It's plenty to put it together, or some other alternative if for whatever reason you can't negotiate that. But similarly, you need to stop delegating the plan to the wills of a special interest and do what you just did and what you actually did 2 weeks ago as well, and stop letting the tail wag the dog. It is your responsibility to make the decisions on behalf of the district. Stop falling back on phony science or something that doesn't actually stand on the merits of fact, as many doctors and medical professionals have attested to throughout these meetings. Lead as you just have on this issue. I think it's the last major one that the public is demanding, to get the kids in the building full day now. And it is your job, not theirs, to make that decision. And the public expects you to do your job.
Oops. Next is John Makopoulos.
Morning. I want to thank the board for, I didn't see this coming at all, and I'm just very proud of you guys for digging your heels in and challenging some of these requirements versus recommendations. And it gives me hope that maybe we'll get to the full end of the, there's no analogy here. I'm tired. I just hope we get to 5 days, full day like it was. Again, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next, Doug Mowdy.
Good morning, good evening, whatever. Doug Mowdy, 141 Pleasant Valley Avenue. Just briefly, I want to thank everyone for hearing me and hearing my neighbors tonight with our concerns. And, I feel like this meeting and the meeting on the 4th, that the board is really waking up and hearing what the people want. And I thank you for that. And I thank you on behalf of my children for letting them go back on Monday without, extra mitigating factors that would get between them and their education. And thank you all for your time. Thank you for staying awake. Good night.
Thank you. Next, Jill Macaluso.
Hi, it's Jill Macaluso, 800 Golfview. I just wanted to say thank you to the board for making a decision that was based on facts and data and in the best interest of our children. I'm very proud of the decisions that were made, and thank you for listening to my voice and the voice of my fellow community members. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jill. I don't think I see anyone else. Motion to close public comment.
Motion to close.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I guess motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. My favorite one.
Second.
At 2 o'clock in the morning. Was it 12:33? Let it be noted. My favorite motion yet.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the long night, but I appreciate everyone's input. I know these are long nights. These are very difficult decisions, and I appreciate my colleagues. I appreciate the administration for bringing this to us, the community members for their input. It's been a lot, so thank you. It's time to go to sleep now.
Happy St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patty's Day.
Good night, everyone. Thank
Good night.
you.
Good night. Take care.
Right.
No executive?
I was not even going to go out there. We're going to have to regroup for that.